youtube.com/GameSpot, twitch.tv/GameSpot, and as a part of E3's official broadcast.
Alright.
See you then.
I remember this one time I was at E3 on a sitting there for lunch, and we were just sitting there eating, and then we talked business, then we start talking games. I remember talking about Assassin's Creed, and I was saying how I snuck in the room, I climbed on the wall, then I jumped down, I took the knife and I stabbed the person in the back. I looked over to my left and I saw these people talk, they were talking, then they stopped listening like, oh my God, what is he talking about? He just talking about killing somebody? I said, it's a video game. They're like, oh, okay. Oh man, these people thought I killed somebody. They thought I was a hitman. I was like, oh, this is too funny.
Oh man, that sucks.
Thanks to our sponsors at DoorDash. Get more from your neighborhood from
Makes for an
restaurants,
interesting story, though.
convenience to grocery and corner stores. All right, folks. Well, we are back here at E3 2021, and here's the truth, guys. Sometimes the most difficult discussions, are the ones that you need to have the most. And with the gaming community already being such a diverse place, it's time for the creative space to reflect that. So here's take two with an important discussion on the necessity of diversity, equity, and inclusion, and the corporate responsibility to honor those things.
Hello, I'm Alan Lewis, Vice President of Corporate Communications and Public Affairs for Take-Two Interactive. Thank you for joining us today and welcome to Virtual E3 2021. Take-Two, like many organizations, is deeply committed to and actively involved in numerous initiatives to enhance diversity, equity, and inclusion within our society and industry. Affecting meaningful, sustainable change is a continuous process, and there is no one solution that can achieve that goal. We believe that to enact change, especially for those in underserved and underrepresented communities, there needs to be a continuum of activism and engagement with educational programs serving as its core foundation. Beginning with children in elementary school, we have the ability to light a spark of creativity, intellectual curiosity, and wonder that can last a lifetime. Continuing through middle and high school, we can support and nurture students during their formative years and increase the depth of their skills that can provide a pathway to attending one of the 400 plus colleges and universities within the United States that offer degrees in game design. Providing opportunities to attend these academic institutions, including need-based financial support, is also a critical component to helping end generational cycles of inequality. And while pursuing their creative and technical degrees, students can learn firsthand from industry leaders that share their experience, acumen, and passion through one-on-one mentoring and internships at our organization. Together, if our industry can execute this continuum, we will have invested meaningfully in the lives of the youth from these communities for more than a decade before they begin their professional journey. Diversity and inclusion make us a better industry for today, and most importantly, for tomorrow. It allows us to make better entertainment experiences that are authentic, culturally relevant, and reflective of the audiences that enjoy them. Today, we have brought together a few of our important partners who will share their organization's mission and role in this endeavor, as well as their insights on how we as an industry can continue to take these important steps together for the future. We hope that you find their work as inspiring as we do. It is now my pleasure to turn things over to my colleague, Tony Lagans, Director of Diversity and Inclusion for 2K, who will be the moderator for today's discussion.
Thanks, Alan. It's my pleasure to be your moderator for today's
This
session.
isn't what I expected to see from 2K today.
I'd like to introduce my esteemed panelists today. We're going to start off with Jim Huntley. Jim Huntley is currently the professor and head of marketing at USC. Jim is a faculty advisor, and he's an executive producer for USC Games Expo and a co-founding partner of PAC-U Gaming. Next, we have Susanna Pollock. Susanna is the president of Games for Change, which is a nonprofit that empowers game creators and social innovators to drive real-world impact through games and immersive media. Next to Susanna, we have Gordon Bellamy. Gordon is a professor of practice of cinematographic arts at USC. He is also the head of USC Bridge Incubator, which is a program that helps to cultivate the next generation of leaders in the video game industry. And last, next to Gordon, we have Layla Shabir. Layla is the founder of Girls Make Games, which offers a series of summer camps, workshops, and game jams designed to inspire the next generation of designers, creators, and engineers. Welcome to all of you. Great
Man, where was
panelists, and
all
thank you
this
so
stuff
much for
growing up?
joining our important discussion today. Now, I'd like to dive right in here. And Jim, I'm going to start with you. In Alan's opening, he mentioned something that was so important, and it was really just talking about the increasing role that diversity, equity, and inclusion it is playing in the video game industry today. So before we get into the big concepts that we're talking about here, let's just break some things down for our viewers. Jim, can you help us understand and talk about equity and diversity and why it's so important in the conversation about the video game industry today?
Absolutely. Equity and diversity has been a challenge for the gaming industry since its inception. It hasn't really changed very, very much over time. But I think the biggest change that people are seeing in the last 2 to 3 years are the lack of it in the modern era and the rationale that there's no excuse behind not having better equity and diversity in the industry from here on out. So what I like about working with companies like Take-Two and some other companies that have reached out to me about an initiative we started to call the Gerald A. Lawson Endowment Fund is that companies are now looking to invest in getting more diversity in their ranks and getting more stories told from different points of view.
I appreciate that. That's a great conversation there. So let's talk about just kind of the inequities and why is it so important to have these conversations. Talk about that whole aspect and just getting people in the right mindset to understand what's available for them as majors in this industry. Jim, talk to us a little bit about that.
Absolutely. So a lot of what we've been focusing on from a USC Games perspective is making sure that students of color, Black and Indigenous students in particular, because they have the least amount of representation within our industry out of all the various demographic groups. We've been focusing on scholarships, but the challenge that we have, and I think the challenge that society and the industry has, is it starts earlier than that. There's a phrase from, I can't remember who to attribute it to, but there's a phrase that he used that I remember saying, the inequities of our past pay dividends into the future.
I guess there's a difference between a panel and a
presentation. The reality is, if you don't have a great opportunity or access to computer science labs,
pre-show, overview, presentation,
grade school,
live
high school,
stream,
junior high school,
keynotes.
the odds of you having a great portfolio piece when it comes time to
Showcase.
apply to a program like ours puts you at a deficit. And if that deficit keeps rolling on into the future, generation after generation, the gap between the ability to get into some of these slots in game design and not being able to get them gets wider and wider. So we need to do a better job as a society, and we are willing to do our part and help work with companies like Take-Two to lead the vanguard on how do we get students some opportunity from grade school. Like, how do we make sure they can see this as an option? Because when I, as a Black man, get in front of a small group of grade school students and I say I work in the video game industry, you can see the eyes just their minds explode because they've never seen anyone like me and the videos they see on YouTube or other visitors to their classes, to their seminars. So it's important to show that we have a presence here, but it's also important to make sure that the students who look like us, who are 20 years, 30 years, 40 years behind us, also have the opportunities that we didn't in some cases to get a job in this industry.
Yes, thank you so much for your insight. So important there. Susanna, that really kind of speaks to a lot of the great work that you're doing in helping to reach this underserved community. Can you talk about the work that Games for Change is doing?
Sure. So, our mission, as you said earlier, is to empower game designers and social innovators, right? To use games for social change. And we see our work with younger people as really inspiring the next generation, right? And so just what Jim was saying, like we're going as young as 6th grade, sometimes 5th grade, but trying to give young people, and mostly in Title I schools, so those are schools that qualify for free lunches, which often are representing the underserved communities, an opportunity to to dive in deeply into this gaming industry, this experience they all love to do, and help them become creators of this content, not just consumers. And we've been finding that the program that we've been running called the Games for Change Student Challenge, we've been running it for the past 6 years. We've reached over 30,000 young people in middle and high school. And we not only give them an opportunity to learn how to make games, but we also combine that with civic engagement. So they have to think about how games can help make their communities better. So right from the start, we want to empower them to think about this really important medium, not only as something they love to do, but they actually can make. They're learning important 21st century and STEM skills that can help them regardless of what career path. But what we really hope to see happen is that they see a future for themselves and they see an opportunity, a pathway for them. And a part of our program, an important part of it, is this idea of mentoring, and mentoring from near peers and also from people from the community. So as Jim said, it's so important they see themselves in the people that are coming to speak to them. So when we're in Los Angeles, for example, we can reach out to USC Games, for game design students to come and speak to the kids, that we can bring people in from Riot or Activision or from Take-Two to come in and say, yes, this is what I do and this is something for you. And we do the same thing in New York and working in Atlanta and Detroit. And I can tell you that students are coming back year on year, and we're seeing them use this program as like their college essay, or they're building their portfolio. And I love the idea that, we can get to them at a young age. They spend their summers with Layla at Girls Make Games, and then they can go on and apply to college, and we were talking about this pipeline or this pathway for them. And so that's that role and what we hope to inspire.
I love what you said there, Suzanne. There's so many little nuggets that you just pulled out there. The different avenues you can have and career pathways there are in the gaming industry. Just the activity that you can have in terms of having mentorship and role models and representation, and just, having good gamers out there. So there's so many things that you talked about that I want to hit on. Let's just pull Layla into this conversation and just talk about the idea of mentorship and representation. Layla, talk about the workshops and the summer programs that you offer to girls. How does that help to increase the representation and the mentorship aspects that we've talked about?
Thanks so much for having me. I was on mute. This is 2021, still going on mute. But like Susanna said, I think it's really important to kind of pass that baton on. And I think we see this summer after summer, having created a place that's, for girls. We get this question a lot, why do you need a space that's just for girls? There's so many programs out there that are open to everyone. But I think it's just so important to create that
famous.
space.
Hey, you want to get banned?
Like Jim talked about, it's so important to see people who are like yourselves. For many of the girls that come to camp, this is their first time walking into a room full of girls who love video games. They've been
They're talking about ways how to get famous. So you want to be doing this spot?
On their robotics team, or the only girl that went to a coding camp with their brother, and the girl who's fighting her brothers for the Xbox controller. So those are very common themes and stories, and I think it's important to kind of tie in not just the mentorship but also the community. It's very important to walk into a room and feel like you're not an outsider, and the best way to do that is to show many more faces that look just like you. It's really validating to walk away not just with the technical skills, but to feel like these are people that I'm gonna, kind of encounter in 10, 15 years, and we'll be like professionals, because right now we're just kids making games, but we'll be professionals in a few years. And 7 years out for Girls Make Games, we're finally starting to see, these girls kind of make plans together to go to college, and this year, I would say, like, the first time we got in like dozens of emails from families saying, my daughter is now thinking of college, and how do we get this portfolio going? How do we set that up? So I think, touching on Jim's point too, there's so many challenges that, people have to go through just to get everything right. You shouldn't have to rely on luck so much. So if you look at the women who are now excelling and thriving in the industry, and you ask them their stories, so many things had to go right in their lives to finally end up in the industry, many of whom ended up there accidentally, like me and even Tony. I think Tony and I touched on that earlier. But it shouldn't have to be luck or accident. We can actually intentionally create these pipelines. And I think it requires all of us working together, like everyone in this room, talking about what we're doing and how do we pass our students on from, we start as young as 8, getting them onto the programs and then passing them on to the Student Challenge and then on to USC and then finally on to the industry. I think that's basically the magic formula to solving the problem that we're talking about today.
Yes, thank you for hitting on that pipeline challenge and actually solution. You really clearly laid it out there for us. I really, really enjoy that. And something else you mentioned is just like really opening this world of gaming to new, diverse, a pool and a spectrum of gamers. And how do we create those real pathways back into the gaming industry? Gordon, you've done a lot of work in just helping to create value where value was not seen in places in the gaming industry, specifically for the gay gaming professionals. Can you talk about how the representation and widening the spectrum of what gaming professional looks like and how your company and your role really accomplishes that?
Sure. So we have a mission which is focused on education, employment, expertise, and entrepreneurship. And the reason why is because alongside diversity and equity inclusion, there's a new word that's come up a lot, which is belonging, right? A feeling of belonging, of being default. And I know that people in their uniqueness do a lot of mental, socioeconomic, and sometimes social gymnastics before they get to be as good as they are, before they get a chance to participate in this panel or participate in our industry by and large. And I think the work that we all share is trying to disrupt some of those mental gymnastics, socioeconomic gymnastics, social gymnastics that young women, people of color, indigenous people, neurodiverse people need to do in order to be as great as they are, to belong, in the space. And sort of hearing, what Layla's speaking to of a cohort, right, that treats each other as default, and where are we going to go now together, collectively? The program, Jim's putting in place, right, with the endowment honoring Lawson, where there's going to be cohorts of Black and indigenous people, right, growing together. And the work that Susanna, you've been doing since before it was cool, okay? You've been changing games, making that dollar out of 15 cents to before all of us. All of that work, and with the support of corporations like Take-Two, right, is enabling us to move a generation forward. Specifically with GGP, we have a scholars program in partnership with Take-Two. Some go to USC, many go on to participate in Games for Change, and many have been girls who made games. And that's where we find ourselves intersecting, is at that college point of how do we take towards professionalization, and then we hope to carry them through into employment, into being experts, right? Because that's the real challenge when you're trying to discover people. You don't want just to be entering, you want experts, right? And if things are gonna really change, like this discussion, you need owners, right? Layla, owner. Susanna, owner. Jim, owner. All of you, owners of facets of your business, right? That is where we become the batter, not the frosting, right? Where the change is, more than we can count, 2%, 3%, 1%. We aren't even the ones counting, right? We're still being counted, right? Until you're doing the counting, nothing has changed, right? I don't need to ask, how many young ladies are in Girls Make Games? You're like, all of them, right? What is the gender balance of Games for Change? All of it, right? These sort of systemic changes, that is the work I think we all share. I think it's why we all made time today, right? I've been to every E3. I was a booth boy when I started, and I'm still here, right? 25, 26 years later, haven't missed one yet. So I hope that someone out there sees this and begins their path, right? And this is additive. That's why we're all here.
I appreciate that. Yes.
He definitely has
what you're saying. There's
enthusiasm.
So much more that all of us can be doing. The accountability
I'll give
piece
him
is
that.
really very important, Gordon. Thank you for bringing that up. I just want to lay this out there to all our panelists. What can corporations do to really set themselves up for success in the near future and grabbing this new talent, this talent out there that we need to capture to help us build better, more relevant, engaging video games? What can corporations do?
So I was thinking about this in particular as Gordon was talking about the scholarships that he puts forward. So having organizations, companies like Take-Two have to be visible to young people, not just because they're buying, they're downloading the games off of off of Xbox or PlayStation, but because they're there in front from the beginning. And so Take-Two has been part of our challenge since the beginning, offering scholarships to our grand prize winners. And I can tell you that that's a motivator for kids to participate, not just because there's a scholarship at the end, but it's because Take-Two is part of it. Like, it made us cool. Right, and I think it's that relationship at that young of an age that makes a connection with people. Is like, yeah, they want to hear what I have to say, right? Like, they're here because this program exists and because I'm interested in doing it. And I think that kind of relationship with these kids, whether they're mentoring and coming into a classroom, they're volunteering at a game jam, or judging games at the end of the competition, they're involved. And I think that it really has an impact on young kids' lives.
Yes, I love that.
I just want to add to what Suzanne's saying. I think that, and something that, we're talking about Take-Two, and thank you for having us, is making the success of Black people, of women, of queer people, of indigenous people, neurodiverse people, a business goal. Plain the same way that the consumption, right, of content, right, get some downloadable skins, buy some NBA 2K, right, that's a business goal around which the business is aligned. And I feel as though if the expertise of women, Black people, neurodiverse, other populations was a business goal, then that would be the change. It'd be that simple. Like, oh, our business is more successful if there is more of this, right? And that's about people being of value versus just being valuable, which are two different things. There's lots of exceptional people, right, who are of value in spite of their circumstances. They're valuable, right? There's a difference between saying you're of value and that's a business goal in itself. And I think that's the real change. Because it used to be, just real talk, it used to be about exceptionalism, right? And be like, oh, you're able to thrive under this duress, right? Isn't that cool? Versus, right, you are actually who we are, so we are going to cultivate you. That's who we are year round. That's what we look like, what we sound like, right? Who we are, right? And so as the lever moves more towards that, right? The same way, like, I have biases. I attended Harvard College, so I'm of value, right? There's value in that, right? I'm treated that way in some circles. If the same lens was put onto women, onto brown people, Black people, queer people, then there'd be no, as the kids say, no cap on the change that could take place.
Right. And that just speaks to being deliberate with our diversity, inclusion, equity practices. Corporations really have to take that accountability and, like you said, do what's right in that spectrum, in that conversation, looking at value from different sources and kind of recalibrating our minds to that. But like you guys have said, it takes time. It takes starting earlier in the pipeline. I love that you just call that out. What other things can corporations do that are just different than what we've been doing in the past, perhaps? What would you recommend?
I would even add to what Gordon just said. The looking at this challenge as a business challenge is key. That's what between the inspiration of the social justice marches from last summer and really talking to our chair, Danny Bilson, who said that, hey, if you were going to tackle this issue, this giant generational issue, as a business problem, what would you do? And that flipped the light switch on for me. Well, of course, like any business problem, what are my challenges? I've got gaps in my supply chain, if you will. So how do I fill those gaps in my supply chain? And really working your way backwards in a way where you're putting objectives, strategies, and tactics in place to achieve those goals from a business perspective. You're going to see outcome when it's not just, hey, here's a check and good luck with charity X. It's going to be more of, okay, here's a check. This is what we're hoping to see. Let's measure along the way and see if we're seeing progress on that. And it's the measurement of progress and adjusting in real time based on the data that you're getting back. That's where you're going to that's where you're going to see the gap start to close in a meaningful way and be able to point out to other people in the industry, like, hey, this is what we can all do together. What if we scale this effort up and really had an impact on society as a whole? That mindset is really going to be what changes the game.
So I like to think about it as like a pie. You know, when we think about from a corporate strategy, we always think about there's a piece of the pie and everyone gets a little piece of the pie. But I think the way we have to approach this is really, the pie is not a fixed size. I think by including more people, the pie gets bigger. So it's not a fixed size that we're trying to all get a piece of, but by including more people, you know, in the industry, by becoming creators of this medium, we actually expand the medium, expand it beyond just entertainment. And I think that speaks really heavily to me as a problem solver. Is like when I look at video games, it's such an underutilized tool for social change. And I think like that, I can see Susanna kind of has been on the forefront of that. And coming in as an outsider to the games industry, I was just kind of blown away that, oh my God, you can do so much. Like 9 out of 10 kids play video games. You know, not 9 out of 10 boys, 9 out of 10 kids. We're talking about literally changing perceptions and inspiring and educating generation after generation. And yet that power rests in the hand of like a select few. And I think when you think about it, not just from a corporate responsibility, but as a social responsibility, like what are we putting out there for our kids to consume? I think we need to bring in pretty much everyone, anyone and everyone who's interested in building a future together in that. So between the pie and the corporate responsibility, I feel like there's a lot that gets lost. Like I think there's a big dichotomy between these are people that are doing good and these are people that are self-serving, but it doesn't work like that. We have to work together, and everyone does kind of go between what's good for me and what's good for everyone, you know, so.
Thank you for bringing that concept up, Layla. The codependency. We are all community members in this pipeline, and we have to be active, deliberate in our processes, in our systems, how we tackle this problem. Before we end this conversation, there's tons of questions that we have that we want to ask you. So I'm going to pause right now and give our esteemed questionnaires a chance to ask their questions that are top of mind related to our conversation today. So we're going to start it off with some questions from our other video game industry experts here. We've got Carrie, she's an executive producer from Private Division. We also have Vanetta, who's a director of talent acquisition with Take-Two, and Nir, he's the head of mobile for Take-Two. So go ahead and fire it away.
Awesome, thank you, Tony. The first question is for Layla, but certainly open to having the rest of our panelists answer the question. But at the beginning of your career, did you ever imagine being a leader within an industry that is predominantly male-dominated? And what is your advice for other young women that are interested in taking a similar path to where you are today?
Thank you, Juanetta. I don't think I really envisioned being in a male-dominated industry, although I did envision being in a male-dominated world, because I grew up in the Middle East and I was painfully aware of being a girl, and how my life was going to turn out to be different from my male peers or my brothers or my cousins or any of that. I was fortunate that my parents were very supportive and they wanted me to pursue whatever dream I wanted. But I think having that mindset and coming from a world that was very much male dominated already prepared me for, you know, hey, whatever I end up doing, there's going to be more boys or men than me. I think the piece of advice that I would really give girls is to honestly not think about your gender when you think about what you want to pursue, because it's all about you specifically. You might end up liking things that people, even your age, your geographic location, your educational background, or your family might not have heard of or even thought of.
Maybe
and
it's
that
just
is
me,
all
but
the
like
things that I ended up
growing
doing were things
up,
that didn't match anything that I had
a lot
seen
of these
in my
issues
own
did
environment,
seem like
but I just kind
issues.
of pursued what I wanted to. And then two is to kind of use a very selective
like even for me, like
hearing.
I got into
I
video
think you
games
have to kind of
because of
develop
my
selective
sister.
hearing. Listen to the people that care
So I
about
grew
you,
up
that love
with
you, and
girls
encourage you in being more
that
of who you
played
are,
video games.
and diminish the voices of people who say you can't do things because
So when I think
it's
about this
never
stuff,
been
I just
done, or that's
wonder,
not
like,
how it
is this
or
really
that's not how
as
the
big of an issue as
world
it's
works. The way the world works
put out to be?
is based on the world
Or
that
am
we
I
build, and we're
just
continually
confused?
building a new world. So it doesn't matter how things are done now; they're going to be done a different way as you grow up, and you can be part of building that world. So those would be like my two pieces of advice for girls: is to just pursue what you want and develop selective hearing.
All right. My question is for Susanna, but also open to anyone else who would like to answer. And I think Gordon kind of hit it earlier when he said that most of us didn't have a lot of examples or opportunities. I'm in that boat. I didn't have any programs and anyone telling me that I could do this, and definitely had to. Not necessarily an accident, but really had to work in a different way, harder than most. So, my question, Susanna, for you is, could you share an example of how your program has impacted someone that has participated, or a few people?
I still clicked on the wrong thing.
Sure. So, as I said, our program is 6 years old in New York City. We're a bit younger in the other cities that we're operating in, and there are opportunities now that kids all over the country can participate. But we saw in New York a very particularly strong cohort. We're actually in over 125 schools right now in New York City. And there are some rock star teachers that have encouraged their kids to participate, their participants, year on year on year. And that, to me, is certainly the beginning of getting this kind of program off the ground, and particularly in schools where students usually aren't offered this kind of experience. So, one, having the teachers find value and really and work to and making it a part of an annual program within their school system has also allowed students to continue with the program year on year. There's one young woman in particular who won, I think she won the, our theme category the first time round when she participated as a sophomore. The junior year, she won again. And by the senior year, she was a grand prize winner in New York City. And I hear that she then followed on with a full scholarship to NYU Game Center.
Nice.
Right. And it was just amazing. And I just remember she was invited to speak at the Games for Change Festival after she won. It must have been the second year. I don't think it was the third year. And she came and we were having a conversation about, the program, and she was invited to speak on it. And her father came with her and followed her around the entire 2 days she was there with a camera recording her experience in this, professional environment, not only when she was speaking, but when she was sitting and watching the other people on stage. And it was so awesome to see that kind of support within her family. And I'm like, all right, you've got educators supporting this young woman, this pathway. You've got her family. And actually, since she graduated, I've seen other kids in her family come through the program. But it takes that kind of multiple supports from different directions to really support this young woman who is a woman of color from Brooklyn, who found her path, right? And she got the right supports, and she got there. And now I also understand that she's launched her own studio and is raising money, on Kickstarter. She's remarkable.
That's awesome. Thanks for sharing that story. That's so
Well,
cool.
it's clear the program works.
Amir, do you have a question for our panelists?
Yeah, hi, I do. So my question is to Gordon. I'm looking at LGBTQ representation in gaming. I've been in gaming for more than 12 years, and it feels to me that representation is a bit low than what you would expect, what I see in tech in other sectors. Do you have some data or some thoughts about that? Is that the fair estimation? And if so, why is that? And what are the main challenges that LGBTQ individuals face in this industry?
Sure. Well, I'll tell you a little history here. So when we started GGP about 15 years ago, which is not that long ago in corporate times, queer people only existed on an anonymous mailing list, anonymous to each other. Okay, because employment safety, which is still a concern globally, not to mention just safety, was a #1 concern which all of us lived with. So, even back then, weird flex, but I had designed Madden Football, had already sold a company to Activision, employment safety. So that is the #1 reason why. And just in this new recent history, have we begun to build the trust and value in each other so as to aggregate and to even acknowledge each other, okay? And to build systemic ties to companies like Take-Two and others to move from hiding from the industry, right? Escaping from the industry, to affinity, right? Right? To employee resource groups and corporate leaders like Tony existing, right? And we're moving closer to being a business resource. And so in other technology areas, that path is further along, where it is like to say in the batter that the queer identity is of value, and there's customers, there's of course creators, there's of course business leaders and owners, of all walks, and in the optimum business, you would cultivate, all types of people. As a game craft, we are still in generation 1. You even asking this question here, you are a wild pioneer. You are the out there with your machete chopping down bamboo to even ask this question, which presumes that LGBT people would be employed, okay, and then in communication with each other, right? In communication with each other across different companies, and in any sort of ongoing concern. So, welcome. Thank you for asking. For those of you at home, we have a Discord and a Facebook that you can all join and participate at any time, or you can reach out to me directly on Twitter, Gordon Bellamy. Wherever you may be on or off your path as an LGBTQIA person or an ally, right? Because I think that's something we've all discovered, and I think whatever population you're a part of, whether it be across gender or race or expression identity, is that you don't have to be a member to care, okay? You don't gotta be a member to say this is an important issue. And in fact, a lot of the work that we do at a corporate level is saying, hey, you don't have to do all the work, right? You know how to push the rock that's sitting on you. We're gonna help you push that rock that's on you. It's not on me, but I can help push, right? Because I can see it. It's on you. And so asking these questions, corporate support, time, right? 3 T's, time, talent, and treasure, will move this discussion forward. I hope that answered your question there, but otherwise just get at me. I can tell you more. And anyone else there who's watching, we can tell you more in greater detail.
Gordon, I know your company has some things going on in the few months.
Oh,
can you talk about some of the activities you guys have?
Sure. So we have most of our content now, in addition to our Scholars Program and our community service that we do with Take-Two, is streaming. So we stream front page of Twitch and we bring it to YouTube, content around equity, inclusion, belonging. And not just LGBT, we just had our second Indigenous Game Creators panel yesterday. Big hit, because you know what? Indigenous creation has always been here. In August, we're going to be doing our first GGP Honors, which is going to be honoring the best in diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging in our craft. So we're going to be lifting up the people who do the work, right? Every day in our ERGs, in our executive suites, like Dr. Liggins, right? These people need to be cultivated as well, right? The same way that we cultivate engineers, artists, and other things that we value, right? Things that we value need to be cultivated. So we're going to be getting to do that work August. Tune in, front page of Twitch. It's going to be a mood. Hope you're all there.
Awesome. Thank you. We probably have time for one more question, so let's go for it. Who's got their last burning question for our panelists?
Oh, I have several questions.
Burn.
If
Burn.
it's one, we'll just speak. I have to come from the affinity group, ERG, BRG perspective. So Gordon, thank you for touching on that. So this question is for both Jim and Gordon, as someone that represents a member of an ERG as well as a leader of an ERG. What advice would you give ERGs, affinity groups, BRGs that are either just starting out or those that are established in organizations that are looking for ways to further embed themselves into the business, so that better versus fixing that you're talking about?
Also, I mean, to add to that, I think the something that a few of us have touched on earlier is an old adage from the business world: you can't manage what you can't measure. If you don't have a way to see how your progress is evolving over a continuum, you're kind of just going, well, I think something's working, let's just keep doing that. And business people, myself being one of them, don't respond well to that. It's just okay, let's just keep investing in a thing that I don't know the results of. You need to be able to go back and say, hey, this year we were here, this following year we were here, here's the, not only have we seen a positive impact on the investment or good ROI, but we also recognize the fact that the partner and partners that we're working with are making moves and making investments into the future that they're saying that they want to see. The positive feedback loop of being able to say, here's data that shows that what we're doing is having an impact on our objectives, and rewarding that partner or those partners for that investment and for that support. That's really key to building a positive feedback loop around investing in diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Yeah, what Jim said, but I'd still say make it mobile. God, if you could move that needle like 0.2%, anything, you can't get cut. You can't get cut then, right? There's no way, because the budget's tight when you're moving that needle 0.2%, right?
Yeah, the scale at which we all operate, it's pretty staggering when you think about it. When you aggregate how much revenue and profit goes and gross profit goes in the games business, for a meaningful moving of the needle of DEI, comparatively speaking, it's not a huge amount of money. It's to have a really big demonstrable impact, measurable impact. If we aggregate our dollars and really focus on some key objectives, we can really move the needle in a way that's going to, frankly, when you start seeing things work, people get excited. It worked. Let's keep doing it. Let's keep doing it. And it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And that's why the Lawson Fund is what it is. It's an endowment because we want to see it have an impact in the aggregate over time, over generations, and support students for decades to come. Not just have it be this fiscal year, what can we do?
Thank you.
One more thing, just to let it go, is just keep saying Black out loud. Right? Let's get back to Black is beautiful. We've been residing in Black Lives Matter for a long time, and we need to be back to like Black and proud and Black and beautiful. And so your existence, right? And saying it and saying positive outcomes after the word Black is meaningful each and every day that you can do it in your ERG.
Mm-hmm. I love that. Thank you.
Good question. We've got time for more. What else do we have?
All right, I'll go if we have time for more. Layla, how have you been able to actually connect with the people in the community to bring awareness for your programs? Like, how do you actually gather people, to participate, and especially like in the very beginning?
Oh my gosh! So the first camp in 2014, we literally barged into a maker fair with flyers, and we were just going around and being like, you look like you would love video games because you're playing with robots right now. So come to our camp. But I think it's pretty much primarily been word of mouth originally, but then when we ended up partnering with the game studios and game companies, that really helped elevate the program and the PR. I think Susanna touched on that. It's like it actually legitimized us and then kind of made us really cool. Like, hey, you can go make games at these game studios. You can actually make a game at Xbox, PlayStation, Nintendo, Take-Two. You can go into their offices, meet the developers, and make these games. And I think that cool factor has kind of really helped us out. When it comes to speakers and people who want to mentor and be involved, that's been a lot easier because, a lot of our teachers end up being college students themselves, and they come back and they'll say things like, I wish this program existed when I was younger. It sucks I couldn't go to it, but at least I get to be a part of it and give back to the kids. And then same thing for mentors and speakers. There's so much interest in wanting to give back and wanting to welcome new voices into the industry. We haven't really had to do a lot of pushing. In fact, we get pulled in a lot of directions. I was talking
Yeah. Okay.
Players can build their levels using our Blanco build tool. They can make whatever level they want. They can set the terrain, and then they could set the wind conditions, and they could set the game type. So you can make this level into a shooter, or you can make this level into a race. There are things that we didn't even think was possible with our level editor that they've been able to do. I've seen levels that recreate a particular science fiction movie that I might not be able to say.
I wanted things that felt
Wrong audio the
beautiful pieces
entire
of
time.
art. We're just continually adding to this huge library of buildings and houses and vehicles.
Well, I gotta
and
edit
that
this
kind of
later.
stuff. Things that you can throw together into to make your own block party.
In the open beta, we've seen over 20,000 block parties. Once they're done playing it, there's a rating system, 1 through 5. So you can really get that feedback from the players. There's over 70,000 NFTs that have already been purchased in our open beta, and we've been seeing just tons and tons of people jump in.
Now that NFTs are moving into the mainstream, the most important thing for games, for gaming studios that want to focus on NFTs is to really ensure that their gameplay, their player experience is on par or exceeds anything else in the mainstream market today.
We're putting the fun in non-fungible tokens. That's what we're doing. It's going to be really exciting to see the game, the community grow over the next few months. What we're
This
building
doesn't need to be a
here
thing.
with NFTs and blockchain really changes that script, because
This
then
is
it's
dumb.
players that can actually benefit and profit off of all the money they spend.
Part of my art exists in the fine art world, and in that world, I could create a painting and sell a painting, and then that painting goes off to a collector, and then I get paid once, right? And then I have no idea, no control over who gets the painting, no idea if 20 people sell it down the road for exponential amount of money. I never see a dime of that. I have no idea what to think. So one of the cool things about NFTs is that smart contract that's locked in, and you're able to just not only track who gets it, but share that profit forever.
While one will collect for love, the other side that you want to collect from is also from a perspective of capital appreciation. You know, when we look at the collector world today, vinyl toys are on a tear, right? Just the very fact that Blanco's Block Party created a platform where you could not only collect digital vinyl toys created by epic vinyl toy artists, but at the same time use those vinyl toys to battle other people in games. I truly believe that it's a magic formula for, you know, not only epic capital appreciation on the assets themselves, but also, you know, immense amount of
I don't know if
enjoyment
this is
playing the
legal.
game.
Today's gamers are used to having a lot of control over customizing the experience that they have. We've seen that in the trend of games coming out over the last 10 years. Players spend a lot of time online, they spend a lot of time in digital space. That's where they want to express themselves, through skins, through cosmetics, through the things that they buy through games. I think that's where, you know, Blancos really shines and what we can bring to the table, but also where I think NFTs play a huge role, right? Like, because it gives you a chance to really own the world around you, the universe that you're customizing, you're creating. You've got a greater stake in this thing now.
Rudy Koch, SVP Business Development. Am I just supposed to say that? Just my name? Title? All right. I'm a big time collector. I collect vinyl toys. I have a whole wall of them at home. I'm a nerd. We're all nerds. We all collect.
I love collecting. I actually started my career in comic books. I collect sneakers.
I loved Magic the Gathering. I had hundreds.
These concepts as collectors ourselves, like the box opening, you know, opening a box for your Blanco, or the serial numbers on each of the NFTs that you buy. These are concepts that live in the physical collector's world that we love so much, and we wanted to bring that and translate that into the digital world. And what's amazing is that with the players that we've seen so far and the people engaging with the economy, they are getting these concepts, and it's been a lot of fun to see that all unfold.
With real toys in real life, right? When the way to keep their value is you put them in the box, you put them on the shelf, you leave them there. But with Blancos, as you play with them, they get better. You can customize them. You can make them the way that you want them to be, but also increase their rarity and increase their scarcity by playing with them. Our leveling up process, it's called Grade Up. It draws from real toy and collectible culture. It's kind of a neat turn on everything that you would think about collectibles.
I'm looking to invest in and acquire assets from games that have the ability to move into the mainstream, games that have the ability to become AAA titles. There are mainly three that top my list. Again, Blanco's Block Party, Gods Unchained, as well as Axis Infinity. They've been able to integrate blockchain within their gaming mechanisms, really in the background, while rather than having it to be a requirement to be able to participate in the game and participate in the community.
A really key focus for my team has been making sure that our marketplace is very accessible for really all players in the game. This is going to continue to develop as we add more functionality around cryptocurrencies, being able to use your crypto wallet, but the core focus of our product is making sure that the mainstream audience is able to enjoy the game and have a super simple experience.
Historically, like if you're playing a game and you're trying to sell your items, the game developer doesn't support that, right? And Mythical Games takes the stance of we enable it and we facilitate it. Mythical's blockchain uses proof of authority for consensus, which basically is a much lower carbon footprint than proof of work. And we're planning to bridge to multiple chains. We're bridging to Ethereum, which is about to go to proof of stake, which is about 99.5% less energy. By using blockchain technology, you own your game assets, and then you can build another marketplace, you can build another interface, you can bring them into another game, different metaverses, and that's a new paradigm, and it's inevitable, and I think gamers are going to demand it. Traditionally, like when you're participating in a marketplace, you're relying on trust in the company to keep the database accurate. Where Mythical Games is using a blockchain where our smart contracts are publicly accessible, so you have confidence and trust that you're getting what you're buying and your true ownership, and you have it forever. Because traditionally, game companies can just say there are 1,000 of them, but who knows if there are 1,000, right? With Mythical Games, we have provable scarcity, and with provable scarcity, as an investor, a collector, or a gamer, that's really what you want.
I've been drawing since I could hold a pen or a pencil. My granddad taught me how to do engineer drawing when I was 4. You know, I've just fell in love with the idea of drawing and creating. It's just something that gives me a ton of joy. As I started to look around at art, it always really appealed to me, but I was always really appealed by graffiti art and the music that I listened to. To have a favorite, that's like asking me what my favorite child is. It's currently my daughter, by the way, if anyone was asking. So for me, it just evolved over time as I started to learn a bit more about street artists and see the evolution of street artists, see an artist go from kind of painting an illegal wall to having a gallery showing or something like that. Seeing how those artists use different mediums, again, you know, it's not just about canvases, it's about sculpture. It's about taking these shapes and these 3D canvases and expressing their desires, their needs, whatever it is they're trying to say on a different canvas. We know where we sit now compared to 20 odd years ago when all these artists were still just street artists getting arrested for doing throw-ups on trains. And now, you know, a couple of $1 million at Sotheby's, I'm like, it's pretty cool.
Where should our hands be?
Just do this.
Oh, okay.
I'm super excited to talk to you guys about some of the artists that we're bringing into the game, some of the first collaborators, and I think it's appropriate to start with Michael Lau.
Michael Lau is a legend in the space. He's definitely known as the godfather of vinyl toys. He has this really awesome quote, which is, all art are toys and all toys are art. And I think like that is perfect for Blankos. And so I think we're really excited to see his style come alive in our realm.
點解想合作？咁其實一路以嚟都好想自己啲 character 可以喐啦，好似可以做一啲 animation 啊或者 game。咁今次真係有機會同一個咁配合到 figure 個 game 合作，所以係好開心。
Another artist and designer that we're super excited to talk about is Quix. And what I love about Quix is that 1, he's a graffiti artist, but 2, he's super hip hop culture Love his designs, love the samurai.
You know, he has this really iconic, like Japanese mech warrior style. So, you know, I think we are all just excited to see that come alive in the Blankos universe.
My artwork and the style of toys that I do now are pretty much rooted from the stuff that I've loved since I was a kid. I grew up in the 80s, so I was heavily influenced by a lot of Japanese robot shows. Texas History is like my Mickey Mouse. He represents Japanese robots.
The same one, but inverted.
Graffiti, all rolled into one character.
This brand that we're going to reveal now is near and dear to my heart. I'm actually wearing some sneakers that represent them. I will let my friend Nicole here tee it up.
The Marathon Company, from a culture perspective, they've worked with some incredible folks, obviously led by Nipsey Hussle, you know, and we certainly want to honor his memory.
Nip was someone before he passed who was already into technology. It's such an honor to be able to carry on his legacy in a sense and bring them into the world of Blankos.
One Blanko can be so many different things. A Blanko can be a pattern, it can be a unicorn, it can be so many different characters. We work regularly with Kronk. His skill at being able to create characters make you commit to those characters, they're believable. And then we have JPK, we have industry legends like James Groman, Nikki Davis, Sarah McPherson, Al Brown Chamako, Junko Mizuno, Hakuta, and Thomas Han. We're not just picking from one person's perspective, which really helps to kind of broaden those cultural references.
I am an avid vinyl toy collector.
They got Deadmau5, really.
Floor to ceiling vinyl toys. To find a game that did such a really great crossover between that kind of tangible good and have that element in the game, no doubt by the end of this time next year I'm going to have a whole row of Blankos. So. It's art in a 3D form. I think it's a really great online safe haven for, you know, street art where it keeps its integrity and it isn't bastardized. Whether it's on geometry or it's sculpted or it's just, you know, tags on walls and stuff like that. I like that. I just like exploring the space. And then you still see this coalescence of cohesion as opposed to a random vomit. Art exhibit games like Blankos, I think is a really great bridge between, you know, the traditional mediums of creating art, digital art, or, you know, street art or stuff like that, and then into the game engine. And that's cool because I mean, all the elements that are familiar to the Deadmau5 fan were really well executed in these skins. Anything else, weenies? In the back.
So now that the video is coming to a close, download Blankos, blankos.com, bring your vinyl toys to life, build your own levels, buy all the designs from your favorite brands, artists, and designers, share it with all your friends so they download and play it together. And we look forward to seeing you within the world of Blankos.
But wait, we're partnering with the fashion industry's most coveted brands to bring you their style, Blanko style. And our first collab is a name you'll recognize. They're known worldwide for their signature plaids and heritage prints.
I'm incredibly excited to announce that Burberry will be partnering with Mythical Games to launch a limited edition Blanko in their game Blanko's Block Party. Pushing boundaries and discovering new ways to innovate with our communities have always been at the heart of what we do as a brand. Being a part of this creative and pioneering community with Mythical Games is an incredible synergy for us and a perfect evolution of our existing engagement with the gaming communities. This partnership presents Burberry's first exploration into the world of NFTs. This opens up a whole new platform of possibilities, and it empowers digital natives and gamers to own a piece of our brand and actively engage and participate with our house codes. We can't wait to embark on this pioneering journey with Mythical Games as we explore the future of digital ownership in gaming, whilst discovering new environments and a myriad of possibilities within this community.
All right, you got the last word. Make it count.
That's a good question here. Let me give me 5 seconds here to think about it.
All right, guys, let's cut on cameras.
Thank God.
If you're ready to start building, playing, and earning, you can download and join Blanco's Block Party now in early access on PC.
Like, share, and subscribe.
Also, watch your favorite content creators on Twitch this week for a chance to get an exclusive new Blanco, only available through Twitch.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
On behalf of all of us at Mythical, thanks for joining.
I feel like you nailed it.
To E3 2021, and we'll get to our thoughts on Mythical Games here in a second, but first we wanted to remind everyone that they can win a $100 gift card from our partners at DoorDash just by tagging them in a tweet and following them on Twitter. It's as simple as that. But Mythical Games, you know, I said before, it's a different kind of experience, right, Jackie? It's did you learn a little bit about the blockchain?
I mean, I learned so much, and honestly, the art was breathtaking.
Yeah.
They were talking about how this is the evolution of modern art. I think Deadmau5 himself said this is a safe haven for street art, and I'm honestly just blown away by the entire concept. You know, you were Ticketmaster like 101. It was basically
101.
like NFT 101, Bitcoin 101, all of this stuff like kind of went over my head. But when you broke it down for me, I think it was just so intimidating to me before. Like, I was like, I don't even know how to get into this. But then once you broke it all down, I was like, I understand the concept and the proof of authority. Like, this is amazing for us to have that. And then to just bring in art and entertainment and design, like, I'm here for it. I love it. But you're gonna have to school me some more. We're gonna have to do some private lessons.
I got you covered. But the one 15-minute presentation wasn't
exactly.
enough.
You didn't get to see his. By the way, you
I'm gonna
need
do a
to
TED Talk.
make. You need to make one of these, right? I saw your art earlier. It was
Oh
phenomenal.
yeah, stick figure art, amazing Blancos, hit me up, Mythical, I'm all about it. But Greg, you know, at its core though, let's not forget Blancos and Block Party is a game.
Right.
And it has one of those types of Roblox experiences to it, where, you know, it's a make your own adventure type of game. And those are really picking up. Like, I know a lot of people want to knock on it, but Roblox is like one of the biggest games of all time and huge on YouTube and stuff. So it's clear that like this is a great direction for something like this to go where you can express your creativity.
Right, 100%. And I think that's what's interesting about it is their presentation was so focused on how NFTs work, what they're doing, the designers and artists are partnering up with. It makes sense in the way of, hey, we want you to understand the business side of it. But for me, I was more, can we see more of the game? Can we talk more about the games? And I was talking to you about it, and it's that idea of like, well, you could, but you can make whatever you want, right? And that's what stands out to me, you know, as a little Big Planet fan. Even for Mod Nation Racers, but then more like
Mod Nation Racers.
Right? Right now, like, think about how Core is doing this, how Roblox is doing this. Get in and make your own games. The fact there's already been more than 20,000 block parties they're talking about there. They called it out. You can make shooters, you can make platformers. It's like, it's early access right now. It's free to play on PC. It's one of those like, yeah, jump on in. It doesn't cost you anything, but you don't have to buy a guy right away or do
Exactly.
anything like that.
Yeah, a very, very cool concept. I'm very excited to see where they go from here. 100%, Greg.
100%.
And also, anyone can hit you up on Twitter for private lessons, correct?
Yeah, totally.
Just make the YouTube video of it, Golden Boy. That's all you need to do.
I'm just trying to get out of frame, guys. Okay.
I'll get you out of here. What do you do when you get one of the hottest DJs on the planet collaborates with one of the sick indie titles we're talking about? Well, I caught up with Deadmau5 and Jamie Jackson of Mythical Games to explain how they plan to keep the party going for Blancos and the crew.
He talked to Deadmau5. What?
So how did this collaboration come about?
I think Ender forced it on us.
Yeah.
Basically.
Oh no. Okay.
No, it was all mandated. Orders from.
Yeah, I know what I'll do. I will just cut.
So that's mostly true, but also,
everything
we're
from
in the video
the
game
Take-Two
world, we're
interactive panel and Mythical Games.
You've done some cool stuff in it as well, right?
And we will pick this
I'm
back
playing around
up
with that, but I
at the
you know,
Indie Showcase.
Outside of like the Loon War selling JPEGs for tens of thousands of dollars, I really liked what you guys were doing with like kind of the integrating the tangible good with that same kind of video gamey thing. That was what really got me excited.
First time with Blancos anyway, where we kind of put somebody in the game, we tried to create what their character was like. You know, it was pretty cool. It was cool to like figure out how we represented him as well.
What was the inspiration behind the Deadmau5 cross Blancos character?
I mean, from my point of view, I knew, like, how Joel's cat Meowingtons is a big part of his life, and it felt like, you know, we wanted to represent the head, the mouse head, because it's such an iconic part of who he is and what he does. But we kind of didn't want to just do a modification to the Blanco. We wanted to make it a bit bigger than that. So it's actually the first time we've got a full head attachment in the game. And then we were like, well, you know, it'd be cool if when that head comes off, it's not Joel underneath, and it's Meowingtons, and we kind of took a play on that. And I thought it was really cool.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was really cool that they didn't just schlep a mouse head on it and call it a day. I mean, they also integrated the cat, my cat, Meowingtons, who I'm a big fan of, and just the fact that, you know, it's like the mouse head, but when they take the mouse head off, it's actually Meowingtons, which is pretty cool, because he's kind of all part of the Dead Mouse Joel ethos.
Yeah, I like with the Wii Rex for one of your early suits in it as well. I was a long-term fan.
Yeah, I stopped doing that. It was just too much effort. I like the first 2 or 3 shows, I did the suit thing, and I'm like, you know what? Just, it's too much. It's too much. We're gonna strip it down a bit.
It's a cool throwback, though.
How do NFTs expand the reach of your brand?
It's a new technology and all that stuff too, so we're just going through the trials and tribulations of what is it, because I think the general consensus right now, if you were to ask men on the street, oh, what's an NFT? Oh, isn't that like a $10,000 JPEG? You know, is kind of the answer you're going to get, but it's really a lot more than that. It's the underlying framework and technology that allows for you know, the blockchain provenance, you know, that unique identifier that can be used from platform to platform to platform. So think of it as like what Steam's is to video games is, you know, is like the world's Steam, you know, like, so it's every time you log into Steam or something like that, they're gonna use Steamworks to, like, you know, grab achievements and stuff like that. It's all stored on that centralized system. The blockchain being the similar concept, but decentralized across all computers and stuff like that. And because the way that the infrastructure works with blockchain is that's all very easily swappable. The metadata, not the actual assets, but that metadata that ties to the assets can be interchangeable between a multitude of systems. So now I think that people are just now starting to kind of take in that standard protocol of, you know, fetching and receiving wallet data and stuff like that, tying assets to individuals through game platforms is a big win.
But then what are the benefits of NFTs for players?
So from a Blanco's point of view, it's about trust, really. If you boil it down, it's about trust and proof of ownership. You know, no gamer has truly owned any asset they've ever bought in a game before. You know, it's all just a license, right? And you kind of just trusting them. There's no way to prove it. Whereas with NFTs, you can kind of, it's proof. You can see it. It's open. You know, if we say there's this many, there's this many. If you own it, you own it. And with Blancos and our marketplace, that means you can also go and sell it as well. So really, it's just about trust and truly owning the assets that you pay money for.
When's the first Dead Mouse Blanco drop?
This summer.
This summer? Like this summer or next summer? This summer. Oh, nice.
Thanks for joining us, guys. Now, let's get back to the show.
One of the things I liked, obviously, in the Dead Mouse presentation here was him being very much like, why are you doing this with your brand? He's like, because nobody knows what it is. Like, it's groundbreaking, it's cutting edge, and like, I like the idea of embracing something that, is this going to work? Is it going to translate to video games? Who knows? The other thing I like that I didn't call it from the original presentation, because I didn't get the presentation about NFTs from Multiple, you know?
Yeah.
So I didn't
you didn't get the special one-on-one.
But I really appreciate the idea that the original artist gets money on these. I didn't realize
That's
that.
amazing.
Like, you make it and I buy it from the marketplace, but then I sell it 20 times
you know,
over.
you heard what he said, right? Like, you know, he makes one of the artists said, I make a piece and then that piece gets sold and then that piece gets resold and then resold and resold. And that artist doesn't see the value from it. And I think that's something that a lot of people, can relate to. Like content creators can relate to that. Content gets reused all the time and they don't see anything from that. And this is like a way through the blockchain to be able to ensure that through these smart contracts, you can do that. So it is beneficial for the creator, which, you know, without the creators, we don't get a lot of these cool things, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Proof of authority in the blockchain.
Girl, there you go.
I'm proud of myself.
It doesn't work. I don't know what that is. If you don't, you know what, get out of here. Well, I hope you folks at home like indie games because we've got you covered. We are going to take a quick break, and then our Voices of E3 will discuss the indie gaming industry right before we reveal some of the hottest new indie titles releasing soon. So stay with us. If indie is the future is now. Ooh, that did not go as far as I thought.
My craziest E3 story is that I lost my wallet at the beginning of the day. I had this Pokeball wallet, and it dropped out of my bag, and I thought, well, that's it. My life is ruined. Well, I still got to get all this footage in. So I still did E3, and then I got a call from Lost and Found, and they'd actually found my wallet, and I felt like that was the biggest W of my life, because I had an amazing E3. I got to go to the Cyberpunk Lounge. I got incredible footage, and I got my wallet back.
As a part of Play For All, GameSpot will be bringing you the latest gaming news and announcements, interviews with developers, the biggest press conferences, and lots more. Play For All is our yearly online event that combines the excitement and announcements of E3 with charity live streams the following week, with lots of special guests who are going to help us raise money for able gamers. So join us in June for E3 and Play For All on GameSpot.com, YouTube.com/GameSpot, Twitch.tv/GameSpot, and as a part of E3's official broadcast. See you then.
篝火营地是中国领先的游戏媒体，创立于2018年，致力于为全世界的中文游戏玩家提供专业、精准、迅速的资讯情报。篝火营地立足于中国，与多家国际一流游戏媒体同行达成正式内容合作关系，源源不断地将最新鲜的游戏资讯第一时间带给全球中文游戏玩家。自成立以来，篝火营地在全网的内容浏览量已经超过5亿，服务了数百万的读者和玩家。我们的愿景是做游戏文化传播者。您可以在全球各大手机应用市场下载篝火营地 APP， 或者访问3w.gamebonfire.com 来加入游戏传播者的行列。
Hi, I'm Ariko. I am a self-proclaimed Nintendo lifer. I want to work at Nintendo as long as they will keep me. I am head of indies, and I'm probably one of the handful of people who have worked in all 3 major regions, so Nintendo of Japan, Europe, and currently I work at Nintendo of America. I am super honored and excited to be here today. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Mike Micah. I'm studio head for Other Ocean and Digital Eclipse.
There we go.
I've been making
So
games
update
for far
that,
too long, but,
cut it later.
My favorite games these days happen to be these really fun small games called indie games.
I'm Michelle Brandstetter, Director of Business Development for Freedom Games. I started in games long ago, PS1, Brew, even earlier than that. Love it, excited to be here. Thank you for having me, and excited to announce more games too.
Hi, I'm Edmund McMillan, creator of Super Meat Boy, Binding of Isaac, and a bunch of other games. I'm an indie game developer, You may know me from Indie Game the Movie. Well, maybe not. It's 10 years old, but I'm here. Hi, thanks for having me.
So in recent years, and particularly over this last year, we've seen more and more people playing games. Indie games have filled the void of social and activities in the day-to-day life just as much as AAA titles. Do you believe that this line between indie games and larger publisher games is becoming blurred in the eyes of gamers?
It's becoming more of a drastic thing. Like there are super indies, and then there's this like marketable indie, which is I think a more acceptable thing that a lot of publishers are picking up. But it's kind of surprising. The real breakout hits tend to be the ones that aren't even being looked at by a publisher, that are just being picked up by, you know, going viral, essentially.
It's right to say that like indie seems to be the in thing right now. A lot of people are like, you know, indie games, go here, it's like a category, go to the indie games category. But I do like the idea of blurring the lines, because when I was a kid buying software or downloading software, whatever you were doing back then, I would not disassociate what Jeff Minter was doing from, say, an Activision game.
Yeah, games are games.
And right now, when I'm sitting there,
You just tried to
through
find
a
something that was
storefront,
good.
I'm not looking for like specific things. Things catch my eye, and I see all these smaller games. There's so many of them now. But like, I'm actually looking for something that appeals to me. It's like when I used to go to the music store and go to different sections in the store. I wasn't really looking for specific artists. I was trying to find that artist that spoke to me and take a gamble on it. I love that part of this right now. I love that somebody can still in their garage, with all the engines we have now and all the help that you can get online, and create a vision and then put it out there for people to either come en masse and enjoy, or just, you know, just come to take a look, and maybe you don't sell that many games, or maybe you don't like get that many downloads. But to me, that is what Edmund's saying is the quintessential indie in my mind.
I want to add to that, because at Nintendo we're definitely seeing that. I think there's such a ease to access. There's more accessibility to tools and technology now, and so a lot of the smaller developers are able to self-express and really create unique experiences that they want to do. And at Nintendo, we definitely discussed about, okay, how do we define indies? Like, what does that mean? And ultimately, we decided, let our partners decide if they identify as indies, and how do they want to represent indies. And we're just here to really support and amplify their message. And if you look at our Indie World showcases, it's really intentional, where we let the developers talk. They're like the superstars of our showcases. And they're the ones who are on camera, and they're the stars of the show, and they get to tell their stories with their own voices.
I feel that having the Nintendo Switch and the graphic style that's popular in the games, and just the wealth of indie titles that are available on the platform, is due to the platform itself, or to the audience that you have, or your connection with those developers?
Yeah, I think we want our content to reflect our audience, and our audience is all genders, all ages. They have all the different tastes in games, and they're from all over the world. And so at Nintendo, we always talk about diversity and innovation. Like, those two words come out all the time. And we have indie teams based in Europe and Japan and the US and elsewhere, and we all have an equal voice. It's truly global when we think about, okay, what do we want to showcase through our campaigns? And so we want to make sure that that our global teams have equal voices, and the content reflects our audience.
Absolutely. Rochelle, I know that Freedom Games publishes many games from small developers. Do you see those developers that you're publishing them as indies, and do they identify as indies themselves?
Yeah, most of our developers really do identify as indie. And then I want to say the indie space has evolved a lot over the years. There's a lot of competition in that space now too. But yeah, we have our developers all over the world. They're in Europe, they're in Southeast Asia, a little bit all over the place, and they're very passionate about their games, and we find them kind of everywhere. They're not really, you can't find them in a specific place anymore. They're just the kid you met at the grocery store that has this amazing game you never heard about until now, or whichever. It's everywhere now. And like Eriko said, it's so easy to make games now. Great games. So there's a lot more competition. There's a lot more great games coming out, and it's interesting to see where the space will continue to go over the years. But yeah, we are focusing on that. And we have a robust catalog coming out over the next year and a half and going forward as well.
Awesome. Well, I certainly look forward to that. Edmund, I know that many people consider Binding of Isaac to be a genre-defining success. Do you see indies and their role to explore mechanics, genres, and storytelling approaches as something that truly defines indies and their freedoms?
For me, the thing that really defines indies is the ability to take complete, financial risk when it comes to themes and topics and gameplay and everything. Like doing something that a large company wouldn't be able to do because they couldn't invest multi-millions of dollars in a project that wasn't comparable to something that exists. And that's the way all big business works. It's stupid to take a risk with that much money. So it makes perfect sense. It's like, no, it's just the way it works. But if you're a small team of a handful of people and your budget's basically your rent, you can do whatever you'd like to do. And you could make a new genre, like Among Us. It's like you can take big risks and you can do what you want. And that's the beauty of complete independence. You can try to avoid the urge to appeal to a majority.
Ed Catmull speaks of the concept of the ugly baby and the hungry beast. The hungry beast being a large company that needs to keep churning and making money in order to employ all of the people that is working at it. Whereas the ugly baby is a brand new idea that's strange and unpolished, and it needs to be protected to see if it can grow into a beautiful swan or a beautiful indie game. Do you feel like indie studios are particularly good at taking care of ugly babies? And do you have any advice for someone who might have this idea of their own and how to initially vet that idea to see if it's worth bringing into production?
I think one thing that indie games do really well, again, we let our partners identify, but they put their heart and soul into it, right? They have a vision, they have a story they want to tell. They don't really care. It's about what they want to create. They have a vision, and that's what creates a magic. And for Nintendo, as long as that puts a smile on someone's face, for us, we're really excited about that. For me, recently, it was a short hike. I am a mom of two, and I'm super busy all the time and exhausted at the end of the day. And so when I get to put that on and relax and, fly around the island, it's cute, adorable characters, and I even shed a tear. I won't spoil it for people, but, that's a great indie game for me. And so I think that's the magic of indie games.
Michelle, how does Freedom Games evaluate these initially unproven mechanics and ideas?
The developers are extremely passionate about the game. That kind of weighs a lot into it as well. I came from an indie background too. If you didn't live, eat, and sleep what you were selling, it wasn't going to work. So a lot of our indies are kind of the same, but more in a more healthy scenario now. That's something that we consider too. But basically, Triple I is all about passion. It really is, and that's what kind of differentiates it from some other titles or genres, is passion, I would say.
Right now, what I love about a lot of really good, talented game developers that I meet is that their motivation isn't driven by money. It's driven by a singular vision that they really have had for a long time, usually. They just want to make it happen. And it gets so infectious when you hear it that you suddenly get caught up in it and you want to make it happen. And the reality is, if people could really hear it all the time, if people could really predict what a hit's going to be, we'd have a lot more hits. We don't. That's just stupid. There's always people in the room that you're not in, you're never at the table, they're saying, well, this isn't going to do X because they're doing some math on it, they're over, under, or whatever they call it, and all these different methods they use, but they're rarely ever right. But the person who has that singular vision for so long, who's thought about it forever, how can you pit those people against somebody who's been thinking about this their whole life and just wanting to do it? You really can't.
Absolutely. I think storytelling itself is something that indie games can do very well, and particularly when it comes to telling stories. Are there any indie game titles that you have all played that you found to be particularly inspiring or emotion-invoking in general?
I'm a huge fan of games that present their themes through gameplay.
Yeah.
Whatever the story, I want to be part of it. I don't want to feel like I'm watching a movie that I'm hitting pause and then I'm going to do something else and then coming back and hitting play. I want to feel like it's a dynamic, living world that someone is presenting to me, and what I do has some say in what this story is. Or
it's a visceral experience.
They're painting a world with bits and pieces, and you get to fill in the blanks. I think that's more complementary to video games because you're already in that puzzle-solving, creative mindset. So it lets people be more immersed and then simply just telling somebody a story.
Rico, do you think that there are more social games that are being developed in the indie space with the lack of social activity in person for the last year, and also the success of games like Among Us?
There's just so many people who love different games. So Among Us has been explosively successful on our platform, and Nintendo was super excited to have it on our platform. Our audience loved it. But look at Hades, for example, which is also on Nintendo Switch. It won Game of the Year recently at DICE. And so I think there's just all sorts of games. A funny story is Human Fall Flat. That's another puzzle game published by Curve Digital, and that's been massively popular in Japan. And elementary school kids who probably don't have the concept of indies, they just loved it. They thought it was super fun, and it's been really popular in Japan. So I think there's just all sorts of games that are fun and out there.
Do any of you have other thoughts about the future of indie games, or what you can expect from the genre or art form moving forward?
The thing I love most about, I guess, how we're referring to indie games here is I love the not knowing what's coming, because ultimately, it's anticipating that I'm not capable of anticipating what's going to be the next thing coming out. Like, I love finding something I never thought I would like, or I've never thought would be a game or even fun. Like when Job Simulator, for instance, came out, I'm like, who wants to? It goes against Ron Gilbert's thing about getting off a job and then going home and relaxing. I loved it. Or all these sorts of things, or even some weird things that would come out of mobile and all this stuff. Like, I would just never anticipate that stuff and things like that. And it's the, I guess what I look forward to is the things I cannot anticipate.
Well, this has been a wonderful conversation. It's so great to hear the different perspectives about indie games and indie studios, as well as hear your thoughts on what's coming up next and what to look out for. It's been a true pleasure.
Thank you very much.
iHeartRadio is a proud partner of E3 2021 and the #1 podcast publisher in the U.S. Listen to all your favorite shows on the iHeartRadio app. And of course, Golden Boy, just like us, use the Razer stuff, use the Razer blade.
Use the Razer stuff.
Use the Razer chair. Have a good time. You know what I mean?
I have actually been wanting a Razer blade for a very long time. When I used to work at Twitch.
Put it in your bag.
Yes, I should. When I used to work at Twitch, you had an option. You can either get a Razer for Windows users or a Mac.
Yeah.
And I don't mess with Macs at all because I'm terrible. My brain just doesn't work that way for some reason. So I went with the original Razer blade.
Yeah.
That was so fun to carry around the office. Just this sleek black thing.
Sure, play games whenever you want too.
Yeah,
right?
it was amazing.
That's pretty.
I used to just at that time I was playing a lot of controller games, so I would just plug it in and just go nuts. It was a good time. So yeah, it sounded like a shameless plug, but I swear to God, it was the truth.
Well, speaking of a shameless plug, the Razer Blade is a great place to play indie games. And what an indie presentation we just had. Of course, it's not over. We have the indie panel coming up, but there was something said in that panel here. Janet Garcia, of course, from MinMax and Kinda Funny, put up this tweet. That's the beauty of independence. You can try to avoid the urge to appeal to a majority. That was Ed McMillan on that panel right there.
So good.
I think that is the power of indie games, and especially as we're here at E3 talking about the biggest of big AAA games, but also spotlighting so many small indies is, you can take more chances as a small studio.
I wish I knew where to
It's
start.
vital to highlight the independent games business as a whole because there's so much diversity there.
Because I have
and just in
no
the
experience
games that they're
outside of
delivering,
pixel
top
art.
to bottom.
and a
you
little
can
bit
ram
of
off,
Game
like, a
Maker
few
1.
names, like off the top of your head, but like, you know, for me, one independent game that I discovered that I fell in love with was Moonlighter.
Oh my God, yes.
Love that game so much, and I found it out on a whim. Because
Yeah.
I was playing another independent game, I think it's Momodora, I believe was on the Switch. Great game, and I was like, man, I'm looking for something else. And, you know, I finished that one, and I found Moonlighter, and oh my goodness, it captured my heart. Loved that game, and I wouldn't have found that, you know, if someone just, you know, take that to a AAA studio or something like that.
Totally, and that's the thing right now is there are so many indies, it's impossible to keep up with all of them, right? And that's, Moonlighter was the exact same thing. My job, of course, every day is to talk about video games, review video games, preview video games, and I didn't know about Moonlighter until somebody on our subreddit was like, this is a great game, you need to play it.
100%.
And that's why I think it's so powerful that E3 keeps doing indie showcases, ladies and gentlemen. So let's get back to game review.
Yeah.
We know why we're here, we know why you're there. So, without further delay, here are some of the hottest indie titles set to come your way soon.
Yeah, people playing? Well, that's totally different. So it's like an endless runner, but you're a paper plane, I think. Or maybe not. It could be something totally different. Alright, at least there's stuff to do. It's not just, try to stay in the air as long as possible. Life slide. That's interesting. You know what? Wish listed. Terra Invicta. It's up there with more of the space games. I'm not too familiar with them.
Been a long time, Michael. I heard you were back in town. But I don't remember sending you an invitation. I'd kill you myself. But where's the fun in that? No, Michael. I'm gonna roll out the red carpet for you.
Fallen Aces. That looks cool. DoomNoir.com. Oh my gosh.
All right, Captain. I got the intel.
Good. Now take it to the uplink.
Ahí está vaina.
Target is marked.
Oh, thanks. Ciao. So, remind me, what's the deal with this intel?
I guess I'll kill you now. The drone is down. The drone is mine.
Armor activate.
Connection established. Execute protection mode. All right, I'll download the data. Now, you know what to do.
Toretta, soldiers, we need you here.
Keep your wig on tight. I'm all over it.
So, what we're gonna do with the intel? We need it for the job. You know, the heist, larceny. Larceny? More like...
Lots and lots. Okay. Oh, it's a VR game. Oh well. Oh yeah, I heard about this. This coming back. Yeah, trailer for this a while back, didn't they?
He said, in a trench is where you're meant to stay. I said, dear Sergeant, pardon me. I see that I've made you upset. But let me tell you my plan to save the day. Oh, let's try being a little nicer. Let us all agree to disagree. Why don't we send some flowers to the Kaiser? And then we'll all be home in time for tea. Oh, let's try being a little sweeter. You catch more flies with honey, don't you see? If the brass would change their tone, then we could all go home. But the generals never listened. The generals never listened. The generals never listened to me.
Hello, Lizard.
That was tough. Hamilton.
How are you doing today?
Looking at us. Whoa, would you look at that? Mars is one heck of a planet. So green and beautiful. Let's just be careful, sir.
I wonder if this is a solo game. Good, okay. Yeah, this looks like a solo experience. I thought you might be part of the ship with other people. I was about to ask, like, why is it all cows? But I see why.
Game developers are creative, passionate, and driven. We tackle new technologies and overcome many challenges in the pursuit of our creative vision. At the IGDA, it is our mission to support and empower all game developers around the world. We provide community, mentorship, research, knowledge, and best practices. We're here for you when you need it, so you can advance your career while keeping your health. Join us and help make our industry a better place for all of us, now and in the future. Help make a difference and join the IGDA.
I guess that's one way to do a show up that's different in terms of tone. That's different. Extra Galactica. This is trippy. But I like the music.
What are you really made of? That music got me hyped, huh? I was like, okay, I'm here for it. Anyway, we just looked at the indie game presentation, and I wrote down a bunch of titles there. Extra Galactica is the one that we just saw, and I was telling y'all earlier, my friend was a part of that project, so very cool there. But that was just one of
I'll
many
be
games
right
that had
back.
a very retro feel. Fallen Aces was another one that I wrote down on my list.
Well,
so,
this is
yeah, it's
this
just
part of
feeling
the
like I'm getting all
conference
these
is going
retro
on.
vibes this year. Damon, I'm sure you're loving it.
Yeah, for sure. And I liked Extra Galactica.
I'll-
First of all, I love the pixel art style, so that appeals
Yeah.
to me. And it looks like the gameplay is a mix of shooter and 2D action platformer. I don't know. Do you have any more information about what that game actually is?
To be honest, he sent me like a 2-page email, so I'll make sure to pass it along to you, Damon, for sure. But honestly, he sent it to me this morning. He's like, dude, this is gonna be in the show. And I was like, what? Like, that was one that I wrote down earlier that I liked, because I got to get a sneak peek at the presentation. Don't tell anybody. But yeah, and I was like, oh my gosh, I love that game. And yeah, that totally vibed. It was amazing. But Fallen Ace is another one that I put down there. Very Doom inspired. And we saw something from the same studio or creator yesterday. Am I
Yeah,
wrong?
we saw Dave Oshry from New Blood during the PC Gaming Show
Yeah.
before he was unceremoniously cut off by Gabe Newell talking about Steam Next Fest.
Yeah.
But they have a bunch of cool stuff coming out. I also love all the URLs they have for each of their games, very tongue-in-cheek. This one was literally Doom Noir.
Yeah.
It does feel like a throwback to the FPS of yesteryear, but with that stylized sort of 1920s gangster flair. It looks like a lot of fun.
Oh my goodness, I love the narration, right? I was just like, that villain, that voice is just haunting me.
I'm sure it really spoke to you, Michael.
Yeah. The whole trailer was like, yo, Michael, I know you. I'm watching you. I'm like, oh, you're watching me. Oh, I appreciate that because I'm on the E3 stage. You know the vibe.
Oh man, and Michael, I wanted to talk to you about Fallen Frontier Alliance of Salt Sons?
Alliance of the Sacred Sons.
Sacred Sons. I can't read my own handwriting here, guys. And then Terra Invicta.
Yeah.
And you and Dan were kind of having some crosstalk about how.
Alright, listen, was there anything you were looking forward to today?
Yeah.
On stream?
Like genres that have been of yesteryear, especially for that aren't really popular. You can't really get a AAA RTS anymore. You can't really get, I mean, other than we have Humankind and we have Civilization, but if you want a different 4X strategy game, that's what Alliance of the Sacred Sons is kind of covering. And Terra Invicta, a grand strategy game. Of course, we have Total War, but maybe you want a little bit of variety. So the thing about independent
Okay,
games
I'll
that I
wait.
really like
What do
is
you
that
mean?
You can revitalize those genres of the past. And you can be experimental. And I think this is a theme also when you look at a lot of the independent games, is that they have experimental game mechanics. I think that Neko Ghost Jump, which I love so very much, like you can play with perspective and put a spin on platforming. And yeah, with the triple threat of strategy games, I know that I used to play a lot of them when I had time back in the day. I used to play a lot of StarCraft and Warcraft, and I miss like the early days of Civilization 4 when I was in high school and I had time to pour into matches. And so if you're craving that sort of thing, you can definitely pay attention to these sorts of games and maybe.
I did say I'll be right back.
Yeah, I got to agree. I think 4X games are a fantastic way to hit fast forward on life sometimes. Like, for example, Civilization was a saving grace during the pandemic as well, because you'd be like, oh man, I'm really kind of bored right now. Oh, suddenly it is 4 a.m. and I've been playing this for hours. And that looks exactly like what I'm going to get from Alliance of the Sacred Sons. But I also have to say, one that really caught my eye here is a game that looks like a bit of a Metroidvania, and that is Mulan.
Oh my
It
gosh,
looks
I had that
super
on my
fun.
list. Yeah.
Like, it's the same
Metroidvania.
sort of like irreverent feeling that I got from a game like Guacamelee, for example. But with this, I love that these cows are your enemies. I was getting some Diablo 2 vibes from that hell cow at the end there. I'm just very excited to see what that has in store, because it looks like it has a good sense of action, gameplay, and whimsy.
Wow, you really milked that one. An utter disgrace.
Utterly.
Oh no.
Beat me to it.
If y'all could
Got beat
hear
now.
the puns coming from Dan, we really should be writing them down.
We
We did have the pull up earlier though, and I wasn't able to reference it right away because I just love hearing y'all talk about this stuff. But I do think that Neko Ghost Jump was #1. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I was
Hell
like,
yeah.
there you go. And then also I know there was Life Slide and a bunch of other incredibly cute ones that I was just like, oh my gosh, indie games is just so much fun. But okay.
Thank you for
favorites?
subscribing.
Should we go down the line here?
I do appreciate it.
Damon, what you picking? I see.
And
the wheels
I hear
turning.
it go off, but I don't think I saw it go
Fast and
off.
Furiously.
Yeah.
I know people like Fallen Aces. I gotta give a shout out to Toy Soldiers HD. I
that
reviewed the original Toy Soldiers for IGN.
Yeah,
back in the day, and
something's
that's like a tower defense game that you're kind of taking
something's
action
wrong
right down
here.
to the ground. It's built in 3D space.
Oh, I know what it
I
is.
see that game making a comeback.
Now
I
it should
already
show up.
mentioned Neko Ghost Jump, but I do want to shout out Tunguska.
There we go.
I forgot
Tunguska, the
Tunguska. Wow.
Yes.
Wow, I really messed that one up. But yeah, the top-down shooter. That looks interesting. I'm very interested in that.
Larcenauts, let's go. Let's compete in VR. I'm down
Oh
for
my
it.
gosh, I love it. I think I'd pick Tunguska as well, but Nico is very
Yeah.
close behind, runner-up. Well, so many great indie titles. Let's see what GB and Greg thought of the indie games that we saw today. Hi guys, I know y'all love the Nico game. I don't even need to ask, right?
Of course we did, Jackie, but it didn't make my top 3. Golden Boy, what do you have over there? What stood out to you from that indie presentation? 2021.
A lot. So I'm actually newly appointed member of the VR community.
Oh, welcome,
You know, so yeah, so Larcenauts was awesome. I liked it a lot. Big shout out to my boy BMF. Who covers a lot of the VR stuff as well as Thrill Seeker. Big fan of those guys, and I always love checking out their content. Keeps me up to date on all things VR.
Of course.
Then the other one, Fallen Aces, man.
Yeah, Fallen Aces made my list for sure. That was a dope.
Literally
trailer.
saw that. And I was
Yeah,
like,
Fallen
I'm
Aces.
100%
Definitely
playing
Fallen
this,
Aces.
on stream. Like
Yeah.
this is happening because
Yeah,
it
yeah,
looks so dang good. And then I would probably go with Tunguska.
Okay.
Another shooter, but for some reason the style was really appealing to me. Like the style of shooting was really appealing to me.
Sure.
So I'm all about that. Looked really good.
Okay, great. Yeah, on my list I put Fallen Aces for sure. Stylized
Too good.
first-person shooter, love it. That Doom LA Noire mashup, why not? Let's
So
get out there and do it. And yeah, New Blood, of course, always being cheeky, as they said. DoomNoir.com.
Like they really, I
website.
do feel like they like never do wrong. Like their New Blood's great. They're a great studio.
They know what they're doing, right?
Exactly.
They're in that vein of Devolver, where they have a personality and their games do too, and you know what that means when you see that, I think, splash across it.
Exactly.
The other one I want to give a shot was Bark. It was that kid shmup that went by or whatever.
Yeah.
I had been, one of my friends in the industry is working on it. He had emailed me to give me a heads up that, hey, it's at E3, you should check it out in the virtual booth if you have time. And basically he pitched it as a shmup for dads. Like
Okay.
if you it's couch co-op, get in there with your kid, you're piloting, you know, it was a little dog that caught my eye, but you can be a little cat.
Okay.
It's this colorful game that you go through and you're shooting things, but you're not shooting things.
Yeah,
Right? You're able to
yeah.
explore that.
Oh.
And then yeah, for me, to echo what people said over there, Extra Galactica, right?
Okay.
Stylized. I mean, you do anything.
Now that I
that's
see
in a
what they're
cyberpunk
going
style
for.
world, and I'm
Yeah, that
absolutely
looks
there.
pretty
I'm
cool.
all
That
about it. Great visuals.
that Bark.
I feel like that is again, you know, and everyone's gonna look at me like, oh, there's a lot of like pixel art game stuff, but you think about what people have been able to create, Greg, in these universes, in this style of artwork. It is gorgeous, and you know, because Fallen Ace is also bringing back the stylized, cel-shaded approach, which was something that I fell in love with when I first feast my eyes on Jet Grind Radio.
Oh, yeah.
So there is really a lot of quality here, and this was awesome. Some great games I'm really looking forward to trying.
Me too, ladies and gentlemen. What were your favorites? Let us know. Hashtag E3 2021 so you can get up on the big screen. But when E3 2021 returns, we'll have the latest from Freedom Games, Capcom, and more. Take a breath and hold on. We'll be back after this.
IGN Summer of Gaming has officially partnered with the ESA for E3 2021. IGN Summer of Gaming is now all summer long. From major press conferences and announcements at E3 2021 to the IGN Expo with exclusive gameplay and reveals to exciting first looks at the hottest new games and in-depth developer interviews, IGN Summer of Gaming has it all. IGN Summer of Gaming begins right now.
More power.
I'll pass. Though $1 for the first year is really nice.
There's definitely some kind of vibe that has built up over the years that, like, it's okay to be mean in a game And I think that's got to change.
We've all had bad days. We all get rolled because it's the same like 12-year-old cranking 90s on us in the Fortnite lobby, and we can't build as quick, and he just builds a Taj Mahal and then just drops down on you, and you're angry. I get it, but
I don't think we should all be okay with just accepting like, oh, this is how people talk on this video game. Like, that is not okay.
There's a difference between conflict and dialogue. When you're having a conversation, you don't have to agree. When it's becoming something that's toxic, right, there's no respect.
It's a social contract you enter into as a human when you walk out your front door. That is that you will act with decency.
I agree.
It follows that this would also be imposed online.
And it's easier to just say, oh, mute your mic.
There's a part of the community made for themselves. By
do better.
We just shouldn't foster an
allowing
environment
it.
where saying something bad is okay.
And thinking
it should
that
never be okay. It
it's
should never
okay.
be on the receiver to grow thicker skin.
Having other people in the community that have gone through that and that you can connect with is probably the most therapeutic, helpful part.
Find those people that you connect with and have that support group.
I think just pushing a positive environment is a good place to start.
If you see something, say something. I think it starts with all of us standing up.
I don't know. It just feels like the right thing to do, to speak loudly about things that really matter.
I think over the years, the space has become a lot more welcoming, a lot more open.
There's such an overwhelming presence of like positivity and acceptance and diversity, and
great strides are being made, but I also think that like more can be done from us as the people that like to play them to make sure that that happens.
Keep playing because you love the game, and no one should be able to take you from what you love.
What's up, everyone? I'm Stella Chung, and in today's fix, Starfield makes a splash at the Xbox and Bethesda showcase. Halo Infinite gets a release window, and we finally know when you can go on ball runs again in Diablo 2 Resurrected. This is your daily fix. Microsoft came out swinging with a look at Bethesda's first new property in over 20 years.
Alright, what is the next conference?
The in-engine trailer begins on an alien planet aboard a vessel called the Constellation.
Okay,
The narrator
Freedom
talks
Games
about venturing into a field of
presentation.
stars, and we get a look inside the interior of the Constellation, which looks reminiscent of the space-age ships from the 60s. Beyond the cinematic trailer, we still don't know much about the gameplay itself. On stage, Todd Howard said that Starfield is about hope and shared humanity. Bethesda also confirmed separately
Okay.
that Starfield will be the first game created on its updated creation
next
engine
3 minutes.
2, which means improvement to graphical fidelity, among other things. A tweet shared by Bethesda Game Studios themselves stated, "We've spent years developing it to power the next generation of immersion and exploration." And yes, you'll be able to play it on Xbox consoles and PC when it lands on November 11th, 2022. That's not all Team Green had in store for fans, with a deeper
Right.
look at Halo Infinite and its free-to-play multiplayer. Our first taste of Infinite's multiplayer came in the form of a fast-paced montage of match moments across a variety of maps. Cosmetic upgrades from
I'm
Halo
still not
Games
sure about
cast
that
are making a
Halo
return, as well as
Online.
our favorite narrator. The free-to-play multiplayer suite will be crossplay and cross-progression. The experience will reportedly be optimized for every device: PC, Xbox One, Xbox Series X, and S. We also got a glimpse at the campaign with Master Chief using his grappling hook to pull himself through some zero-gravity wreckage. There seems to be a new AI construct working with the Master Chief, but judging by its dialogue, Cortana may still play a pivotal role in the story. Halo Infinite will be launching on Game Pass at release, but we just don't know when that release date is specifically, although they did say it was due this holiday after having been originally delayed out of fall 2020. With the remaster of Diablo 2 announced at BlizzConline earlier this year, fans have been wondering just when they can take on the forces of hell again, and we finally have an answer. Diablo 2 Resurrected is hitting consoles and PC on September 23rd. This HD remaster of the classic ARPG will be available on PC via Blizzard's Battle.net, and Xbox Series X and S, Xbox One, PS4, PS5, and Nintendo Switch. It will include both the Diablo 2 base game and Lord of Destruction expansion. This follows a playable alpha in April, which looked pretty impressive. Despite a few changes, Blizzard is trying to stay true to Diablo 2's roots. If that isn't enough fire and brimstone for you, the remaster will be available standalone or as a part of a bundle, the Diablo Prime Evil Collection. This comprehensive collection contains the Diablo 3 Eternal Collection, which includes Diablo 3, the Reaper of Souls expansion, the Rise of the Necromancer content pack, and a few cosmetic goodies. Pre-orders are available now, and don't forget to pick up Word's Leg so you can open that portal to the Chaos secret level. With E3 now in full swing, are there some games you're still looking for? Did Microsoft blow your mind? Let us know. I'm Stella Chung, and that was your Daily Fix. Now that you're all caught up on the news, be sure to check out the rest of our E3 coverage on YouTube, across social media, and even on your smart TV. Download the IGN app on all of your mobile devices, subscribe to the Daily Fix on Snapchat, and for all things, everything else, IGN.com.
Welcome back, folks. Freedom Games is our next developer coming up. And, you know, when you have games that are like called Cat Cafe Manager or Dog Shelter, I think we can assume that things are going to be pretty fun. So, folks, here's Freedom Games.
Oh. No preamble, no jokes, no nothing. Just straight to Freedom Games. Wish I could have did that before.
I decided, you know what, I've dabbled in indie games. I'm gonna give this one last shot.
Let's just make a game.
It felt like jumping into the deep end.
I realized that making games is like a real thing that you can do.
It's just so, that's the word, is liberating.
We owned this project.
We just want to make a fun game.
You have an idea of what the vision of it looks like, but then it actually coming out the other side looking like that, it's pretty rare. I co-founded the studio with two of my friends. We had all worked at a company that did not end up turning out like, you know, any of us had hoped. So coming out of that experience, the three of us, we wanted to do something that felt a little bit more authentic to who we were and what we liked. Going into it, we knew that we had complementary skill sets. Having the kind of the core pillars of game design already there and having experience, we were able to cover a lot of bases. This is really the first time we've been able to pour so much of ourselves into the development of a game. I think I'm most proud of us being able to look at this game and know that we're hitting our own quality bar, especially for our first game.
What is this? This looks really cool. Oh, it's the same game they were talking about. Or at least they were showing off. No idea it connected to this. Oh, some sort of Souls-like then. Or roguelike.
You think you know everything, and then at some point you go, oh wait, we didn't know
Dreamscaper.
how to do that
Looked
part.
like it said Nintendo
Well, I guess we
there,
gotta
but
figure
not
it out.
PC.
The four of us who started the studio worked in AAA. I left to go start making indie games. So we took that opportunity to kind of use our old friend group and our old expertise to start up the Wandering Van. And it was the first time that all of us
There is
felt
a
complete
PC
creative
version of that
control.
game.
That was fun. It was a challenge. It was also scary at the beginning. On a AAA team, you have technical artists and a dozen animators. I think the biggest challenge for us was trying to learn new skills and new parts of the game development process without ever doing it before. But I wouldn't trade it away. I think it's the creativity and the creative freedom is totally worth it.
The retro games. These were our favorites, and we tried to combine a lot of different elements from different games and give it a unique touch. A shout out to our community. They helped us translate the demo. They helped us get out the word. The demo has been played over 1 million times. It's just great to get a community like that.
Oh, they made this.
What it is.
I heard about this. I have to tell my friends about it because I'm not a big Pokemon person. Oh, built-in randomizers, cool. Those Nuzlockes have gotten those Nuzlockes and those randomizers have gotten popular lately. So why not just built into the system instead of people having to mod and edit things?
I had lived in Kyoto for a while. I'd gone to a cat cafe, and it was such a surreal experience for me at the time. So we sat down and we prototyped Cat Cafe Manager. When you're petting a cat, I don't know what it is, like endorphins that are being released, like the good feeling that you get from that, we kind of wanted to put in the game. We live in a time that's like pretty stressful and out of control in a lot of ways. So for us, it's very important that you sort of get a cozy feeling when you get introduced to the game. Just making the cat cafe of your dreams.
Silly concept, okay.
I'm from a really rural town. So is Tanner, the other lead developer on the game. We've been together since middle school, I guess. Yeah. There's no companies, right? There's no video game companies in Little Rock or the state of Arkansas. So we decided to just be the first. To the Rescue is where you play as somebody working in a dog shelter and taking on all the responsibilities that entails. People love dogs so much, but this is also about raising awareness, right? It's both of those things. There's diseases that can appear in the shelter. It's dirty, and adopters only want the cutest puppies, and they don't want the old dogs. Essentially, I just want people to walk away with more knowledge about the things we're representing. We've gotten a lot of people that work in real shelters that are like, I'm glad that you're doing this, because a lot of people don't realize how hard the work is and how thankless it is. So 20% of every dollar that Little Rock Games makes from this game is going to be going to the Pet Finder Foundation. The game is about being hopeful that you can improve your community in some small way.
I first started getting into games probably about 7 or 8 years old, tinkering around with game engines. I started putting games on the web, Flash games and things like that. I always liked the idea of really silly deaths, characters getting blown to bits in like a cartoony way. It's usually an area of frustration, but when you can see your character's head just flying off and blood's going everywhere, it's like you just got nothing but humour there.
Sure gonna feel bad in the morning.
I come up with the idea of having
like
a Ninja Warrior / Total Wipeout death competition. I was actually working 2 jobs at the same time as developing the game. I'd have all these fantastic ideas while I was there. You know, I'd be on the checkout just thinking about Slaughter League, and by the time I get home, I'd just like, we ended up deciding that it would be best if I worked full time on the game. This game, it sounds corny, but it's changed my life in that way. Whereas no other game had before. It's just flipped my life to where I want it to be. So to finally be able to do this as a job is just insane. I love it.
Slaughter League. Okay, I'll look for that.
Like a good, just relax, chill in the evening, play with buds, laugh at stupid stuff kind of game.
This is sick.
What is that? Oh, Jesus!
Gonna be an absolute so.
I was pretty laid back in college. I did just fine, but I worked on Dark Deity. I didn't work on my own work. None of us have ever worked on games at all. So for the majority of development, we worked on it in the dorm, yeah. We would sort of just sit in the dorm room, just like, you know, typing, working away. I learned how to code for like a whole week. I just didn't leave my room, didn't eat, didn't do anything. You know, where we're at, we're all 23. 2 of us haven't even graduated college yet. To be at E3 is pretty exciting.
Jeez, not even out of college yet. Wow. All I've seen stuff that makes me feel like I'm lazy.
Maybe I should raise my rates. I have failed my people.
Weakness has consequences.
This would make for a fine tale.
I've always thought that I would be good at making video games. My mom just sent me a picture of a drawing I did when I was like 8, titled My Own Game. I was diagnosed with Asperger's autism as a child, and I basically kind of just told myself, nah, there's no way I could be in management. But through therapy as a child and then continuing my own efforts, I overcame it. Now I'm doing my dream, doing something I thought I couldn't do. Through this process, I've really learned how valuable people are. There's 20 people on the team. I'm just one of them. And I'm hoping to convey some of that through the game's narrative. You have to have growth and you have to have progress. So for us, with One Lonely Outpost, loneliness helps highlight the value of connection.
I don't know if I'm feeling that one.
Cool. It took us a long time to get here. We put a lot of hard work into it.
Shipping games brings tough times, but we've also seen like success together.
Success for us is defined as being able to continue to do this because we really love it.
We want to be what we know and be the best at that.
Making something that people enjoy.
Thank you, Freedom Games, for that showcase. Passionate, diverse, different, unexpected, Damon. That's what I would call it. If you weren't paying attention, Freedom Games is providing 20% of the profits of To the Rescue to the Pet Finder Foundation. And now, gentlemen, it's time to react. I will start with, I don't know, maybe I would speak for everybody. For Greg Miller, I wasn't that familiar with Freedom Games before leading this E3 2021. I am now a Freedom Games fan. Like, I liked what I saw there.
Hell yeah. You're a freedom fighter.
Let's not go that far. I'm a lover, not a fighter. All right? I'm a freedom lover. All right, is that better? Koromon, Cat Cafe manager, To the Rescue, and then Slaughter League all jump out at me. But you guys are the experts. Dan, what did you like?
Well, first I have to give it up for To the Rescue. Not only is it a great way to support the Pet Finder Foundation, but I really like that kind of simulation game. You saw a great pairing there. Whether you're a cat fan or a dog fan, you can come together to celebrate these awesome pets with a fun, like, sort of management sim. It looks really up my alley. But I dropped my notes, so I'm just going to stick with those for the time being.
I'll get them.
Oh, thank you so much.
You dropped this, King.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. The one I really want to talk about, because Michael and I were geeking out about it, was Dark Deity.
Yes.
A strategy RPG that looks like very up the alley of anyone who likes Fire Emblem or things like that.
Sure.
I also like they have an XCOM-esque wound system, which I appreciate. Adds another layer to it, so looks pretty exciting.
I thought it was cool. It was cool pixel art also, but also anime-style hand-drawn art that's going along with it too.
Don't take that away from me, Damon. Listen, if y'all want to get my attention with your video game, if you have anime-style artwork for your characters, I'll at least give you my time of day. I'll say that much.
That was the one. I mean, for Dark Deity, you went, ooh. I wrote my only note on Dark Deity is Mikey likes, because you liked it.
I mean, yeah, and Cat Cafe Manager. Yo, Freedom Games really hit me with my brand.
Yeah, for sure.
I love Cat. Dude, it's so cute. Yo, Cat Cafe Manager. I've been to a Cat Cafe before. You know, you get a little coffee, you go pet the cats.
Yeah.
If you're allergic, R.I.P. But yeah, that was really cute. It's obviously like a tycoon simulator management thing. And cute cats. Say less.
Say less. Damon, you love cats. Did Cat Cafe Manager work for you?
For sure. I've been to many a cat cafe, Greg. I have some ideas about how they might be run better.
Well, here we go. See if you can put proof in the pudding and you get out there, you manage your own cafe.
This fool's lying.
No, it's true.
Oh, true. Yeah. Anything else stand out to you?
I mean, their games are coming so quickly. You see, like, well, this game looks interesting, and then they're on to the next one. There was I think it's fair to say it's a Pokemon-like in there.
Mon's even in the title.
Koromon.
Mon is in the title.
Koromon,
I think there's more to it than that. There's definitely like animal battling.
Well, when it started, I was watching and he started like moving puzzles. Like, oh, I wrote very Zelda-like, and then it became Pokemon. I was like, oh, very Pokemon-like. Actually, I'm sorry, I got this one wrong. As you can see, ladies and gentlemen, right now you can get out there and vote. No matter which platform you're watching E3 2021 on, you can vote right now. Cat Cafe Manager is winning narrowly with 32%. Right behind it, Koromon with 26%, and then Dreamscaper with 19%. Remember, no matter where you are watching, you can put it into your chat of choice. And if you want to just roll down your window and yell, somebody else will jot it down. We'll figure out how to tally it up there, right?
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
Another thing that extension from the indie showcase that we saw, like a lot of experimentation.
Exactly.
Yeah. Even though we saw some things that are kind of like, oh, that reminds me of this, that reminds me of Fire Emblem, that reminds me of Pokemon. They're still putting their spin on it, and like I like to see those kinds of things in those games. Everyone has an inspiration, so it's like I want to make the game. Like make something similar to the game that I love. So
it's all this evolution. I mean, like think about One Lonely Outpost, for example. You know, we were joking around like, oh, Space Dew Valley, because it does look Stardew Valley inspired, which in turn is inspired by Harvest Moon. So there's a lot more that you can do with this kind of genre, this type of game. No one really gets to be sort of the be-all, end-all of that category or genre, and I'm excited to see what they can offer here. So it's nice to see a lot of these indie developers wearing their influences on their sleeve. I was really excited about Slaughter League, for example. It looks like that kind of competitive madcap fun of a game like Fall Guys, for example, but with the kind of murdery chaos you'd expect from like a Smash TV or like a, I'm blanking on the name right now, Meat Boy.
Oh yes. And it's funny you mentioned Meat Boy, right? In the panel before, right? In the panel before, where they were doing the indie games conversation. Ed McMillan talked about the fact that the power of indies is that you don't have to appeal to the mainstream. And I think that's why this one stands out in terms of a conference so far, and we can all find something else to hone in on, right? Where it's like, I don't know if To the Rescue, a realistic, sim about running a rescue operation for dogs and cats would stand out or make sense for a big publisher who has to get a big return on their investment. But for this team here that wants to do a dog shelter and wants to have this stuff and wants to get profits out there to people and help, it's great.
It's smart of Freedom Games to, in addition to showing trailers or gameplays for the games, to actually put the creators in front of the camera as well. indie games can be so much more personal. It's so much more one person's vision or a very small team's vision.
Totally. Yeah, one of the things I loved about it when you were watching there, To the Rescue, is they showed them at PAX, right? And if you never had the chance to go to a PAX, I urge you to do it and then go to the Indie Mega Booth when you can go to things again. Because, yeah, getting to sit there and get a demo from somebody like, oh, what do you do in the game? Like, oh, I make the game. It's the most personal way and the best way to get it. Ladies and gentlemen, when we return, our friends at Venn will give us a special edition of their series, Origin Stories, featuring 100 Thieves founder and CEO Nadeshot. That and more after this.
I always really appreciate queer narratives, trans narratives, gender diverse narratives. Tell Me Why by Don't Nod, with a trans character as one of the main characters, is huge. I can't recall many, if any, main characters that are trans that are playable. Being someone who identifies as non-binary, seeing someone that is proudly trans represented in a game is just so incredible to me, because it shows that not only game developers but the world is seeing these narratives as important things and stories to tell, because games are just another way of telling stories.
Innovation. It's happening all around us. We don't know what tomorrow will bring, but we know our broadband network will be ready. Because we're building it right now. It's more reliable, more secure, and 10 times faster than today. 10G will power America's digital future. We're ready for what's next. Are you?
Shoot, we're not even doing 6G, we're skipping straight to 10. Okay. Don't know how long that's gonna take.
More power.
IGN Summer of Gaming has officially partnered with the ESA for E3 2021. IGN Summer of Gaming is now all summer long. From major press conferences and announcements at E3 2021 to the IGN Expo with exclusive gameplay and reveals to exciting first looks at the hottest new games and
Yeah, I gotta get that slice of pizza.
IGN Summer of Gaming has it all.
I'm exhausted.
IGN
I'll be
Summer
right back.
of Gaming begins right now.
Either that or if I grab an energy drink.
Welcome back, everybody. Hello, hello. Now, we know a little bit about this topic, don't you think?
Thing or two.
In esports, the scene is becoming more than the teams, though. Esports orgs are making content, making apparel, and building a brand. One org taking this model to the next level is 100 Thieves, led by their CEO, Nadeshot. And Alex, you have covered all sorts of events with 100 Thieves. So
Yeah.
what do you think is so special about this org and Nadeshot?
Yeah, well, you know, I've known Nade for years at this point. You know, all the way back to when he was a competitor. I used to make the joke, he hates it when I say it, that he's America's favorite gamer. But because he was, you know, at one point, he was like the biggest name in Call of Duty. He was one of the biggest names in esports, right? And he still continues to do that to this day. You know, and I'm so proud to be able to talk about a friend like this, because to see his success has truly been incredible. I could not be more proud of him. And 100 Thieves as an organization, you know, they had such a history, right? From an initial reveal that didn't go the way they wanted to this complete transformation of this brand with a lot of support from great figures in the entertainment and sports industry. It has become amazing what 100 Thieves has been able to accomplish with their drops. Like, they themselves, I feel like there have been a lot of great collaborations over time, but few have been able to make independent products, right? Without collaborations that are just, they're huge. The drops are massive, and their hoodies, their shirts, all the lines that they have, the talent that they sign, everything is done meticulously, and I give him a lot of credit for. Recently, Courage, another friend of mine, is alongside Valkyrie, who is an amazing figure in esports, becoming you know, co-CEOs in the company as well. 100 Thieves have just done incredible work in esports, and I give them a lot of credit
before.
Yeah. No. I mean, honestly, I feel like they've paved the way for so many orgs. I feel like a lot of orgs modeled their formula of how to approach all these different things, like you were saying, merch and the content creators. Yeah. But anyway, it's absolutely fascinating, and I'd love to hear more about it. So for more on the Nadeshot 100 Thieves and what's next, here's a special E3 edition in the Origin Story series from our friends at Venn.
My name is Hector Rodriguez.
Oh.
You might know me as Sax. I know a lot of people in gaming and esports, and I will be bringing them into the studio to share their origin stories. 3 words that best describe you. Optimistic.
Introspective.
Whoa, you just put me on the spot like that.
It's really about cracking the code. And that's the same approach that I had with FaZe Clan, right? It's like, here's this thing that is so special that nobody knows.
When I walked into the job, this is a sacred space. I am a guest here. I'm here to try and help align things, motivate, set new visions, get more people involved. I didn't start it, I didn't create it. You know, this has to be a very respectful entry into this party.
I'm like, yo, what do you want from me? Yeah. We were 3 years in 4 months. Yeah. And people were talking about, yo, why have you won a championship? You know how fucking hard it is to win in League of Legends?
Join us on Venn for new episodes, behind-the-scenes moments, and much, much more.
Esports is 1,000% going to contend with traditional sports in viewership, which means
dollar bills, y'all. Origin stories.
Hi, Matt. How you doing?
Do I even?
Let's do me a favor. So what's going to happen is Hector will introduce you. Yeah. You'll sit.
I mean, they have to, because like this is the one way you can definitely get your foot out the door when it comes to like these documentary series.
I'm super excited. I'm getting mic'd up right now. I'm about to interview somebody.
Like, I get it. I do get it.
But I'm gonna try to make it super interesting by asking them questions and talking about that we haven't really ever.
But
talked about
I did
in
think
public
you had to
areas.
have your own segment.
Welcome back to another episode of Origin Stories here on Venn. My name is Hector Rodriguez. I am your host. Today I have the honor, the pleasure, the true pleasure actually, to introduce my little brother, someone who's near and dear to my heart, Mr. Nadeshot, Matt Haig, CEO of 100 Thieves. I mean, you do it all, baby. Why don't you come in and sit down?
You're about to say Optic Nadeshot. You got really close to saying Optic Nadeshot.
I almost did say Optic Nadeshot. Yeah, I did. Did you catch that?
I did catch it.
Usually, I like to start out this show by asking you 3 questions and then another question, but the main one is 3 words that best describe you.
3 words that describe me? Whoa, you just put me on the spot like that.
All right, 3 words that describe 100 Thieves.
That one's tough, too. Let me think.
Can you describe anything in 3 words?
No, I'm not good at descriptive adjectives.
Oh.
Let me see. Give me 2 seconds. Let me spitball something that's... Well, because I don't like using 3 words because I'm confident in myself and I don't want to sound pompous. You know what I mean?
No, you're in good company, babe.
I would say goofy, impatient,
yes,
and squirrely.
Squirrely's good.
That's what you always called me. So.
Yeah, but it wasn't because you were like your brain was elsewhere. It's just because at the time,
like a squirrel.
At the time you did.
Chubby cheeks.
Yeah, at the time. But now you've grown into a handsome man.
Thank you.
Who knows you better than anyone else?
I would say, if you asked me that question like 8 years ago, I'd say you. When we were living in the Optic House. But now I have to give it to my girlfriend, Haley.
Yeah.
I mean, Haley can read all my emotions really well, and she's very patient, and she tolerates me.
Yeah.
Because she knows that sometimes I get angry, and sometimes I get sad, and sometimes I have a range of emotions where she is always just like that even, keeled, you know what to expect, and I know how she's gonna react when I am reacting to something. So I'd say Haley knows me best. We've been together for 2 years.
So obviously, I've known you for over 15 years, I think now. Oh my God, how old were you when we met?
2008, Call of Duty 4.
Call of Duty 4, that's right.
You weren't in Gears of War. My first event was MLG Chicago 2007.
St. Charles.
St. Charles, yeah. What the hell? How'd you know that?
I know everything.
Were you there?
I was not.
Do you know I got my ass beat? I almost made it to championship bracket, top 16. Would have been considered a pro player.
Yeah.
Lost to Gringo Jr., who was like an 8-year-old kid.
Oh, dude, he was like during Call of Duty 2. I heard about that dude.
Yeah, kid was nasty.
Yeah, he was.
Pieced us up on Mansion, execution. Last round was tied 3-3, first of 4. I'll never forget the round.
Yeah.
Made a call, did not pan out.
How many times a day do you say 100 thieves or 100 thieves or 100 T?
I guess I say 100 Thieves a lot. 100 Thieves, 100 Thieves, 100 Thieves.
Yeah.
I was doing like a PR tour for Excedrin. We had a partnership to make people aware of mindfulness routine that can help you reduce headaches. And everybody on that call kept saying 100 Thieves, and it was driving me nuts.
Yeah.
We talked to like 30 different outlets in 4 hours this morning. They all said 100 Thieves. I didn't correct enough.
Yeah.
I didn't want to be that guy.
Just 100 Thieves?
100 Thieves, 100 Thieves, 100 Thieves.
Yeah. Let's go back to the earliest memory that you have. Born in Chicago, Illinois. Lived in Palos Hills. Palos Hills. Does your dad still live at the same crib?
He built the house that we grew up in Palos Hills, and then after my mom passed, I think there were just too many bad
Where are the
memories,
games?
so he sold it. And moved to a nice
right
hotel,
after
which
this
was, like,
segment.
20 minutes away. It's called Orland Park.
Okay.
And then we moved again.
It's right after
to
this
a
segment.
city
See,
so it's tough, man.
oh
I
my
wish I could go back to the
goodness,
house,
this
kinda,
is
like,
going to go on
face
for a
some of
while.
the fears that I had from stuff that I saw with my mom, but I'm glad that I can still go back to Chicago. I'm bummed that you guys went to Texas, because that was always like my saving grace. All right, I go see my pops, go hang out with Optic. That was great. But
Capcom does not start till 5:30. It is 4.
One of my earliest memories was probably my dad. He would have to reside the house every couple years because of the material that he used to build it, and he had scaffolding built up the side of the, this 2-story home. And I was playing on like a jungle gym, but little did I know that wasps will start nesting inside the scaffolding itself.
Yeah.
And so like 4 or 5 of them came out and stung me all at one time in my hand, and I've been terrified of flying bugs ever since.
How old were you?
I don't know. I was young.
Were you a
Man,
teenager or were you like
a whole hour and a half away?
7, 8?
I was probably like 8, 9, 10.
Were you crying?
Yeah, bawling my eyes out. I cried a lot as a kid.
Did you?
Yeah. I was a very emotional young man.
I think I cried a lot up until like I was 4 years old, and that's what my parents told me. It's like it wasn't until I was able to hit someone that I cried because I didn't know how to release that anger. But once I learned how to punch walls and things, I started doing that at the bed.
Yeah, I didn't get angry. I got sad.
I was telling Lee Trink the story about me being in Mexico as a for my school, as a Catholic school.
Juarez.
Yeah, and how the nuns would grab me from the hair here, and then they would just like seriously jerk you. So I was like, oh my God, that hurt.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they were just disciplinaries, and both my parents were actually disciplinaries. My dad was super strict, a very quiet dude, but that's because of that. And my mom was just like, super like, duh.
Yeah.
And I still became like what I became. Just like I didn't give a shit. Like they hurt. I would pretend like it hurt, but I'd be like, it don't hurt. I would look at the wall or my teddy bear and be like,
See, I love that. But I think that's what I appreciated actually a lot, getting to hang out with you. You were like 10 years older than me when we first started hanging out. And I always loved your mentality around other people. Like you're just like very tough exterior. And that was something I could appreciate because my dad was a great dad. I love my dad. He's my hero. But there was a lot of things that, I don't want to say because we're not in the streets in Schaumburg of Illinois, but just like seeing how you interact with individuals. If somebody doesn't talk to you right, you kind of let them know that they weren't talking to you the right way.
Yeah.
And I don't like confrontation, and that was stuff that I wouldn't do. But now that I'm older and a lot more confident in myself, like I feel like I picked up some tendencies from you.
Do you wish that you could go back to a certain situation and be like, yo, my man?
All the time, brother. All the time.
Yeah, I don't mind this show. I really don't, but I want.
Well, what's the situation like?
I want to watch something like this.
Do I have the knowledge
on my own time?
Where I'm gonna be in life?
No, you're just you.
I was just me.
Yeah.
Nah, man, I didn't have.
Because I think this is really cool.
Who am I gonna step up to, bro? I was like, bro, I didn't get testosterone.
Especially with the way like it has such production.
Percentile of growth, so they were worried that I wasn't.
But I wouldn't want to see an hour and a half of this fully knowing that there's something else I want to
freshman
see.
year, bro, I weighed like 85 pounds, and I was like 4'8".
So were you like a good kid, bad kid? Did you get in trouble? Were you the class clown? What kind of kid were you?
No, I wasn't the class clown. Dude, I've told people this before, but I was a super timid kid. I mean, I was really bad in social situations. I didn't know how to make friends. I mean, I had friends in grade school and like going to high school.
Yeah,
because job at McDonald's is like what really helped me come out of my shell
at this
and start
point,
learning how to talk to people.
Yeah,
and not be so afraid. But yeah, I wasn't a class clown. I kind of just like.
My favorite presentation was probably.
I know that for a fact. Like, I just took this narcissism test. I'm like right in the middle. I'm like
major presentation.
I thought I'd be way more narcissistic.
Would probably Sony.
What do you think mine would be? My score?
I think you'd probably be like a.
20. Like Xbox is neither here nor there to me. They definitely had a really good presentation, but it didn't really have stuff that has my interest, and it was excessively long. Like I get it, you got the games now. You got the games. I get it. And the Bethesda part just kept going. They did not shut up.
If you can hang your hat.
And they did not just show off their game as well.
I've seen the one picture of you as like a baby with a bat.
Yeah.
Just like chubby
in like 7th grade.
No,
I'm not a big Square Enix person. I'm really not.
I literally thought that was true, and I'm like,
but I don't have the same kind of like
I remember
issues with the presentation and what was shown
I heard your
that
voice
everyone else had.
When we were playing on
I thought Babylon's Fall just looked weird.
But I remember, and I'm like,
like it looked like the
you go back and watch my old videos.
the presentation of the game changed, but the gameplay did not look any worse.
May have been
to me.
This myself.
No. But I remember that clearly.
And I see some people complaining right now that
I can tell you the story how you and I met.
They don't like the fact that Babylon's Fall has multiplayer.
Yeah, go.
Well, so we were one of the.
I understand the live service part, but like
Modern Warfare 2, we won the first 3 major
Platinum Games, when they normally have games that has multiplayer, it's an optional thing. I don't think you're forced to play multiplayer in that game.
Said, yeah, we're looking for a competitive
Bayonetta 2 had multiplayer, and you weren't forced to play it in multiplayer. You could easily do that mode in single player. It'll be a much more difficult experience, obviously, but hey, people that are good at Bayonetta are not going to feel the difference.
So when I found out you guys can make money from videos, that's when I don't know why. Because I don't think I've ever had that level of motivation for anything in my life besides that.
Yeah.
As soon as I heard that, it was, let's blow the hinges off this thing and let's go.
Yeah.
So that's, and I got introduced to you. I think I was really scared to talk to you. I think we hopped in a Skype call, and you were kind of an asshole, to be honest.
Yeah.
You want no business talking to me. You were just very short.
Yeah.
Like, who the is this guy?
No, I knew who you were. I just didn't want to have anything to do with you at the time.
Yeah, seriously though, that's what the tough part was.
Is that what it felt?
Well, because Optic was so tight-knit back then, I felt like I had to be in your good graces to really feel a part of it, but I was only close with...
Okay, so I'm looking at their channel, this Ven channel.
And Predator.
Yeah.
And
Predator was the OG.
That's, I mean, still to this day, I think that's how Optic
okay,
is, right?
so
like
they do have the origin stories, but like
the beginning.
The first
it is not the main focus of their channel, unfortunately.
If they don't, I think you write them off immediately.
Yeah.
And it's not even a playlist for it.
Story. Take me through the competitive years of 2010 to 2012.
I don't think I would subscribe to the channel, but I would subscribe to
2010 and 2012,
this documentary series playlist.
There's nothing notable besides COD XP.
And it's all
COD
esports.
XP, we won that event, $100,000.
You just made $100,000. How does that feel? I don't want to work at McDonald's anymore.
You guys end up winning, and again, I knew that we were gonna win it. I don't know how, but I remember that the moment that you guys won, I was in the middle of the crowd, and Jericho, Gold Glove, Dr. Disrespect at the time, or Guy, he wasn't in custody.
Thank you, Warm Water.
Guy and Bashir Musa, and T. Martin were all there.
Bash?
Yeah, Bash. Yeah. From there, let's jump through 2013, Black Ops 2. Yeah. You're blowing up. For the first time ever, after only sponsoring people in Halo 3, here comes Red Bull.
Oh, yeah. So that was really the biggest moment, is I flew out to LA. I was staying at the Gamer Shore House, which was Jericho, Syndicate, and Gold Glove. And I was going out there to sign a contract with Red Bull, part of their athlete program, because I grew up watching Wall Street.
A question,
Red Bull.
Lizard and Warm Water. What are your reasons for subscribing today?
Yeah.
Like a year prior, like, hey, I'm really interested in Red Bull and working with you guys. Do you have any plans of getting in Call of Duty? That's when I met a guy named Sam Keen, who's still friends with to this day. Great guy.
Yeah.
And they flew me out later that year, 2012, signed the contract. And when I got back, that's when Black Ops 2 and live streaming, it seemed as if every day after I returned from LA with the Red Bull hat on, it was 1,000 viewers, 2,000 viewers, 3,000 viewers, just climbing and climbing and climbing. That was when I caught my break.
Yeah. All right, so walk me through your decision to, one, retire, and then ultimately leave Optic.
Yeah, I was going back and forth to LA, and Fwiz, who's the head of gaming at YouTube, who you and I are both really, really close with, one of our best friends, he was always convincing me, or trying to convince me, to spend some time in LA, just to broaden my horizons, try something new. So yeah, I mean, look, dude, when you think you're like in love and it kind of clouds your judgment, and all I want to do is get out to LA and start that next chapter of my life. But it came with a heavy heart because I didn't want to leave Optic or the house because I was having so much fun. I have a hard time actually putting myself back in my shoes that I was in then.
Yeah.
Because
you're not the same person.
Yeah, I'm not the same person, and I would probably do it again. But I'm upset that I cut off that part of my life so soon. Because I love the Optic House and I love living around you and hanging out. And I thought that's what I was going to be doing for the rest of my life. I thought we had something special that nothing could ever alter, and we were going to take over the world of gaming. And Optic has done it respectively. I'm trying to do it with 100 Thieves. But yeah, I definitely have regrets of leaving at that time in my life when I did.
Yeah.
Because I moved out to LA, started living on my own, and I felt like I was on an island. I mean, I was in a house living with all my best friends.
No spots for warm water or lizard. That's fine.
In an apartment.
Find my way.
You know what's crazy is that when back when you were still
Plus, it's still
back
type.
in
I have
Chicago
no
with us,
idea.
You brought up the whole
My user base for YouTube
walk
is
me through
very
your decision to finally pull the trigger on doing
interesting.
something that you had been talking about for years.
I was sitting on my couch, depressed as just watching like reruns of Friends for the first time. I'm not even kidding, man. It was a really dark point in my life just because I wasn't happy with what I was doing, and I just felt isolated even though I had friends around me. And so I was trying to come up with something that I could get excited about again, and I've always wanted to start an apparel brand, and even then I don't even think I knew what my style was or what my style would turn into, but I knew that if I created something that I really loved, everything else would follow.
Yeah.
So I was just trying to come up with words that play on each other that sound really cool.
Yeah.
If I'm being totally candid,
yeah,
that's really all it was. Like, Thieves popped up into my head. I don't remember why, but I always thought the idea, maybe I was playing Skyrim a lot. I don't know. Thieves Guild. Thieves. Like, Thieves by itself, definitely can't get the trademark for that. It wouldn't be that original. Like, how can I add something on top to make it sound fun? And I've always been
I'm so confused, Water. I'm so confused.
Like, the $100 bill is one thing that you hear everywhere, you see it everywhere, pop culture, hip hop. So I was just like, man, this kind of rolls off the tongue. 100 Thieves. And I want to go back and get my old phone because I still have it.
Yeah.
Send the first text about, hey, what do you think of this? 100 Thieves.
What did you send that text with?
I think I sent it to my ex-girlfriend at the time.
Yeah. First time that you're in the room with Dan Gilbert, what are your feelings?
Well, they flew me out to NBA Finals, and that was surreal. It was Cleveland versus the Warriors, and I went up to San Francisco, and I sat in this room with Dan in a boardroom at the hotel the team was staying at. So I was seeing all the players walking around. Dan had like 4 people on his side, opening doors for him. He just looked like money.
Yeah.
And we started going through the pitch, started talking about it. And to be honest with you, I was nervous at first, but then once we started talking about gaming, it's my wheelhouse. So I was just firing from all cylinders. Connections were being made in my mind. It was somehow limitless. Bradley Cooper, except I didn't look as good. So I started pitching 100 Thieves off this deck that Blake masterfully built. And he sat there with me for an hour. And Blake actually told me he never really sits in a room with anybody longer than 30 minutes. And he got on a helicopter directly after and went and had dinner with Steve Jobs' wife.
Really?
Yeah.
All right, so Dan Gilbert makes this massive investment. How does the Drake situation happen? Obviously with
Scooter Braun.
Scooter Braun, such a good name, good basketball player right here.
Scooter's a legend. Man, that story's funny. So I get introduced to Scooter by this random dude who was working in Venture, who basically said, yeah, I know Scooter really well. You guys should come take a meeting. And this was when we were raising our Series A. So Dan Gilbert did our seed series, or Series A. We were trying to raise like $10 million. So this guy, after hearing our pitch, introduced us to Scooter, and he takes me to Scooter's office.
Man, I don't even want to know how the Twitch chat is handling this part of the stream.
Way, especially, I mean, if they're talking to their clients and if they're talking to anybody that they're trying to get a deal done for. I mean, block and tackle, that's what talent managers do. Obviously, Scooter's much more than that. He's a savvy investor, great guy. But at that time, that was my first initial reaction. He's yelling and I'm like, oh, goddamn. So I walk in there, and what I find out after the meeting, I'm not going to bore you guys with the details, but this was the worst meeting I ever took. I was sweating. I don't even know what I'm talking about. I don't know what to talk about. And what I find out is the guy that set it all up was trying to be like this grimy middleman. I don't know who he is to this day, so if he's super successful, please don't hate me, but that was just my perception of it.
Yeah.
Basically, he said he knew me really well to Scooter, and he told Scooter that whatever.
Yeah.
Basically, playing them. And so it was the worst meeting I ever took. I'm like, yo, I don't think Scooter's the right fit. You know, I went back to John. I don't know if it makes sense. He was saying a lot of things. I don't think he really understood where I was coming from. So then I get a call from Scooter after we told them no. And I'm like, oh, I'm not answering this. I can't answer this. I hate competition. Scooter Braun, super successful. Calls like John's former boss. Gets on the phone with John and then gets me to take the call again. And I'm in the drive-thru with Jackson, who was one of the co-founders of 100 Thieves. And he apologized to me. He was like, hey, look, man, I didn't know what that situation was, or I had no context to what we were talking about. But as I sat down and learned more about your business with your partner, John, I'd really love to be a part of this. I promise you I can take care of you and open a lot of doors that you wouldn't be able to open without my help. And to this day, Scooter has been one of the biggest contributors to our success. Just great guy.
100%, man. That's so crazy.
And he introduced us to Drake, too.
Yeah,
the next day.
How did that happen?
We're finalizing the deal. He's like, yo, you know who would love this? I got a friend in hip-hop who would love this. I'm like, who's that? He's like, Drake. He calls up Drake's manager, Future, in the room with us, in our tiny 400-square-foot bedroom, which was our office for our leadership team.
It's on speakerphone, you hear,
We didn't have it on speaker. He's like, all right, you're going to come by tomorrow? The next day, Drake's manager, Future, was in our living room, and we pitched him on the business.
I don't get how these people got this, these connections, man.
More about 100 Thieves, and it was a wrap.
Damn. That when you
I like
dropped
that
picture,
half the
I was
success.
I mean, I knew about it already, but everyone's reaction was just like so iconic.
Yeah, I mean, it's so tough too.
Well, at least half this luck.
That time, so we took a lot of we tried really hard to get in front of him. I mean, he's busy. He doesn't know me that well. He just knows a little bit about the business.
But like Talent is not in like
gaming. I mean,
League and COD.
If I told you we were really close, because we're not. You know, we've spoken over DMs a couple times over the years. But him and Future both still contribute from like a creative level. Our board meetings like 4 times a year. But I was just honored and just over the moon with the fact that he fucked with 100 Thieves just a sliver, just enough to be like, all right, I'm gonna throw some cash at this. And it was a good amount of money, and I met with him twice. It was awesome, man.
That's so cool.
I'm like, it sucks too because I don't want to go out to be the guy and be like, yo, I'm your biggest fan.
Yeah.
But that dude got me through college.
How difficult is that, right? Because obviously there's levels of success and levels of popularity. And obviously you have like a massive, fan base, but he's got a massive, massive fan base. So you don't want to approach a person that you admire and say, yo, I admire you. Because then you're uncool or you're...
Exactly. Because if somebody comes up to me and starts like, wide-eyed, drooling over me, it's this weird psychology. I'm like, great to meet you, man, pleasure, and I'm on my way. So I didn't want to do that. It was I was so nervous meeting him, and I don't even know if I was putting sentences together. And it's tough too, like I said, because his soundtrack reminds me of so many things.
Yeah.
His discography of me in high school, just struggling with shit, college, dealing with my mom, like, man, it was crazy.
Got you through some times.
Yeah, bro, it got me through some time. So to finally meet this guy, have invested in our company, one of the best days of my life.
So tell me about 100 Thieves. What are you guys doing in the future? I mean, obviously don't tell me what you got, but what are some of the industry thoughts that you have about where your position is in this space?
Yeah, so I think what's really important for us is just to continue to push the boundaries of what it means to be an entertainment company in gaming. I feel as if there is a lot of narrow-mindedness in esports because if you do anything other than competition, which teams haven't traditionally done, or that's always what they've done, is just compete. There's this negative connotation and stigma around your brand. And so people give us a hard time about slinging apparel and making videos with creators, but now everybody's trying to do it. And obviously we started that with Optic, and FaZe Clan did it really, really well before too. So that was the model, like let's go do this as well as we can and build something special.
What's worse about the space right now is that they get mad at you, at me, at FaZe, and they just get mad at the fact that they're not just a sports team. Everybody's out here trying to be the Cowboys, but nobody's thinking, it's like, I want to be the Cowboys, I want to be HBO, and I also want to be Supreme.
Yeah, and you can't afford to be the Cowboys in esports. The business model doesn't work yet. I mean, I might one day, but look, I respect a lot of people that work in esports. I mean, I don't mean to sound like I'm on my high horse. I mean, you and I feel like with a lot of the teams that give us grief, besides maybe one or two outliers, they were really coming up on League of Legends and Counter-Strike where we came up in console and we were always doing content differently. And so I feel like us coming in, I hope they understand that the majority of people that I've seen or work with, I do have respect for. But I'm proud of the business that we've built, and I'm never going to be apologetic for creating something that has become a really great business. I mean, we're going to be making some announcements at the end of the year. I think the industry is going to turn their head.
Yeah, you should, and you should be proud of that. More importantly, any single time that somebody tells you that you're only a hoodie and you haven't won any championships, just remind them the amount of championships that you won at Optic.
Well, and then we won multiple championships on our teams.
That's what I'm saying.
We won 2 majors of Call of Duty. We won multiple Fortnite tournaments. I mean, people might not count those or whatever the case may be. Won this Valorant tournament, First Strike, a major right there. We've only been around for 4 years. We're not even 4. We're 3 years in 4 months. And people are talking about, yo, why have you won a championship? You know how hard it is to win in League of Legends when I got these teams spending $8 million on a roster in a year? Bro, they can't, and that's not even including buyouts. I'm like, yo, what do you want from me? What do you want? Like, truly, what do you want?
You're actually
I feel like Ryan Gosling in The Notebook. Hold on, keep the cameras going because I'm going to keep going. You guys don't understand. I mean, Hector understands. You don't understand how hard it is to win in esports. You come in, and we came in January of 2018. Player contracts and relationships with the owners and the talent managers and the agencies already exist. We had to come in and do right by our first couple players to build relationships with other players. And then get into the Counter-Strike. We had bad luck in 2018 with the Brazilian roster. Things didn't pan out. That would have been like a top 5 team on paper. We had a great Counter-Strike team for a little bit. We came in Call of Duty, won championships. League of Legends, if you're not spending the most money, you ain't going to win. It's crazy. So people give us a hard time about not winning, but we've won, and it's only been 3 years. Every other team's been around for 10 years.
10, 15 years.
10 years. Can you give me a break? Cut me some slack, man.
Can you give you a break is a real question,
this gets me riled up.
I couldn't tell.
We try so hard to win. It's not easy.
No, I get it, man. Look, you're preaching to the choir. Secondly, I don't like that you feel like you need to explain yourself to anyone. You are who you are. You've done what you've done. Numbers speak for themselves, and anybody that has any sort of issue needs to look inwards, look at their bottom line on that spreadsheet, and say whether or not they're making money on that and how much is going out the window. And if it doesn't look anything like the way that we've been doing it for the longest time, where we are very concentrated on the fact that this is a business and money needs to be made, they're playing the wrong game because they're spending other people's money, and it's so easy. But when you're the one putting your ass on the line with all that cash, investing your personal $300,000 into your team that isn't even a team, where's the respect?
Bro.
Where is the respect? You know what? On that, I think that is the perfect place to end it. I want to thank you.
Well, now these motherfuckers, sorry, these people are gonna hate us even more. We just sound like we're in our own little echo chamber. I'd like to say, if this part still makes it in, I have a ton of respect for the other teams, but I am jaded in a sense with just the things people say and the perspective that they have of what we're doing. I mean, these teams that will come spew out ignorance on their timelines about what our business is, they should be excited that there's another team that's coming in and reinventing and creating new revenue streams for
them. For them to take a guide off of.
The first team that exits in a big public way, it's a trickle-down effect. I want FaZe to be worth $1 billion. I want Optic to be worth $1 billion. I want Team Liquid G2. I hope one of y'all sells for $1 billion. Please! No,
that's so
I'm
good.
begging y'all, man.
I'm telling you, I hate when you sort of have to feel like you have to explain yourself to anyone. You literally have a good model. What we started back in 2013 has resonated throughout this entire history. So when you come into the space, a decade after some of these teams, knowing what you know and how to build a team, dude, why do you even care? Like, you have like one of the coolest brands.
Well, I don't care about it on a day-to-day. I mean, you don't see me popping off on Twitter. No. But when we start talking about it as close friends, like that shit's that bothers me, but I don't think about it often.
Nah, good. That's gonna do it for this episode of Origin Stories. My guest today, obviously, Mr.
You think I can get the water in my mouth all the way from up here?
No, you cannot.
At a particular distance, if you see...
Do it for the,
I don't want to f*** up their set.
Yeah, you're good. Anyway.
Alright, Capcom is still doing sets in Street Fighter. So they definitely don't have their own stream going right now.
Weighted nade shots.
Wait, explain it.
Let's have your hand right here. So we're going to use this camera right here.
Okay.
Hat on, hat off, whatever you prefer.
Yo, Bill's always just acting nice. You ain't. He ain't doing shit, man. Excuse me?
Oh, whoa. Yeah, just don't fight.
No. Oh, don't move.
And that was a very exciting and lovely interview with Hex and Nadeshot, and there was so much I wanted to say, and then it ended with a skunk and a cat fighting there.
Yeah, they said in our ear, this video ends with a skunk and a cat fighting, and I was like, that can't be right, and then there it was.
Yeah.
There it was. Ben.
I didn't know what was going to happen. I was like, are they going to both get into furry costumes, and we're going to see like a fight like that? And then, no, it was just in the alley, so there you go. You don't see that every day, that's for sure. But anyway, you know, you and Golden Boy have been working the bomber jacket look, and I was like, I need to get in on that, man. Like, come on.
We just heard from Nadeshot himself about establishing a brand, being more than just an esports team, right?
100%.
So there you go. Go be part of the E3 esports team, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, you can go to e3expo.com/shop and get all of your E3 merch.
I'd also like to say, as a woman who is 6'2", and Greg Miller can probably appreciate this as well, sleeve length.
Yeah, that's good.
Fantastic, folks. Usually when I put on a jacket, it's like up to here, but this is actually pretty good.
There you go, look at that.
Okay, so it's made for tall people as well. And
sorry, Golden Boy. They'll make a kid's version one day.
Oh, be nice to him. But at least he can wear the dad's hat. Yeah,
He does like the dad hat. He
just like throw that on the ground over there. But we do have some great merch. So again, e3expo.com/shop. I was like, oh my God, help me out if I don't say it right. Anyway, again, that was a really great inside look at Nadeshot and
100%.
Hex. Yeah.
Like, you know, as somebody who interviews people all the time, and I know you do too, in a longer form podcast interview, I was surprised at how candid that was, how insightful it was. Like, I know about 100 Thieves because so many of our ex-IGN colleagues have gone to 100 Thieves, but I don't know much about Nadeshot. So to hear that, first off, I didn't realize he's a suburb of the Chicago kid, just like myself. DuPage County, Glen Ellen represent. But on top of that, you know, his journey, right? I mean, talking about having to take testosterone shots.
I know,
so
super
open.
candid.
Talking about being depressed, right? Leaving his team before he started 100 Thieves. Like, that's all a fascinating journey. And it's, you know, as you continue to see 100 Thieves blow up, that's awesome.
Yeah, I absolutely just loved how candid they were with each other. They're obviously like very close friends. Yeah. And I think Hex said at the beginning, like, I've interviewed you so many times, I don't even know what to say to you right now. And then he's like, what are 3 ways that you would describe yourself? What are 3 ways you describe 100 Thieves? They were just having a good time, so super fun. But anyways, so games have changed so much over the years by becoming more inclusive and representative of their player bases, but there's still more work to be done in this space. Let's discuss how we can make games more inclusive.
Okay.
Yay!
I think that representation is really one of the biggest things that the gaming industry needs to tackle.
The more diversity we have in the industry, the more voices we have, and that is how you grow something.
There's no one type of gamer. There's no one type of gamer that looks the same either.
Bringing in people from different backgrounds makes the place generally more interesting.
Like, I have no problem like stepping into the shoes of, you know, of Nathan Drake or like some other like, you know, white male protagonist. But, you know, just realizing eventually, like, wait a minute, nobody is being asked to step into my shoes. What's up with that?
I want you to be able, when you pick up most games, that you see yourself in some way in those games.
The areas that you don't hear about gaming in which Black people are working, like, I think advocating for their visibility and bringing them up is very, very key as well.
When you're developing the game, they're like, okay, we can start adding this Black representation, this, you know, brown representation
into the game from the ground up, and then I mean that alleviates the problem.
This is where we need to have programs in place to allow more women, more people of color to have a transition into this space and an opportunity to work their way up the ladder like everyone else.
It's gonna make a huge difference on how your games are created. The diversity in the space helps everyone, I promise, I promise, I promise.
And I also think that some of it falls on consumers as well, and us and gamers, in supporting these games and supporting games that are positively showing diversity in our community and representing the gaming community.
Female gamers make up 48%, and you wouldn't even know it by looking from the outside in. So that's what I would want to change.
The next era of gaming is just going to be so sweet, and I am super excited about it. We are definitely heading in that direction, but I can't wait until everyone is part of it and everyone has great ideas and everyone just feels like they belong in the community, and it's just going to be a great time when that happens.
I see my friend Daniel. He just needs to get himself here.
Well, next up, we're going to be talking about Freedom Games. Before, I get into the whole production bit, I just want to say, one, follow Freedom Games on Twitter. Just did that. Also, this next game, follow them on Twitter, too. They seem like incredible people. Because here's the deal. They want you to believe, Freedom Games, that in 2021, farming is fun, especially when the livestock are robot chickens and cows, and the crops are gene spliced with alien material. So the question is, do you have
absolutely nothing?
Thriving farm on an alien
has
planet?
been trashed.
Here's
Okay, real talk though, like the indie showcase that they showed off, really nice. They also had a show here that like does interviews with other gamers. However, the problem was they're heavily focused on esports. And when I looked at their channel, it's a lot of esports. It's not even this documentary series. This documentary series seems to be new or infrequent. So I was hoping, okay, so maybe I would get some of the gamers that like I know, like a Max eventually, like the Super Best Friends, or someone from Let's Play, or Dashi, just anyone. But no, this was for specifically high-level players, so I just kind of checked out mentally at a point. And it sucks because, like, I'm watching it, and the show is actually really good. Like, they got cameras and lighting and chairs, everything. Everything looks like an actual television show.
Okay.
But it's specifically esports people, so, like, I'm not going to see anyone from, like, the FGC. I'm not going to see anyone from Smash. No one that plays racing games. None of that stuff.
Okay.
It's all League and COD.
Yeah, League and COD and
League,
Valorant.
COD, Valorant, Fortnite. That's more or less the games that they mention.
Yeah, it's just like whatever.
Yeah, so.
No, like crazy games out there or nothing.
There were, but I've forgotten the names of them. Just a lot of stuff from like the Pixel game community, like. There was one called Bark, and it describes itself as like a shoot 'em up for like kids, like the whole family. So what happens in that story seems like they're on some sort of like expedition, and robots come and like try to take the ship, and the only ones on board are like 2 human scientists and a bunch of animals. So they put the animals in stasis on like different pods and like send them out to like save them, and the animals are the ones in the ships trying to save these 2 humans.
Oh.
Yeah. and it's a 4-player shoot 'em up. Horizontal style. It looks okay. It's cutesy, but like I can see the heart involved, and like it's a different concept. And the thing of like, oh well, dads already say that they want to play this with their kids because they were big shoot-'em fans. I see, like, okay, this has a concept going, an idea for like it's not going to make it super big, but it's definitely going to have an audience.
Gonna catch Capcom, hell yeah.
Yeah, there's also some sort of conference about like exclusivity in like the development space. Unfortunately, for me, I accidentally had the wrong audio going through, so like that whole conference was muted for me. So I lost like a good I want to say hour or so before I caught that. So I'm just gonna have to cut that out later and just bring up whatever was left. I think I started at the indie showcase. Oh, and I can't remember what the name of the game was, but it describes itself as Doom Noir. So like, you're playing in like a LA Noir setting, like with like Al Capone type of villains and such, like thugs, Tommy guns, that sort of thing. And you're just wailing on people.
Oh, like super speed, like Doom? What?
Yeah. Like, you could grab people and, like, put them against doors and such and then kick them through the doors.
Okay.
Yeah. But it styles itself in, like, old school Doom. Like, paper-thin characters.
Now, like a dream dinner after we've all sort of been stuck inside for so long. I'd stack the deck with a few friends of my golden boy. I mean, I just, yeah, would have to have him at the table.
I'd probably invite Pokimane.
Valkyrie, just because she's a boss.
Pokimane and Valkyrie, two amazing women that have done so much for the industry and so much for women.
But I gotta bring all the voice actors from my favorite video games. Boy. The dude who says boy and the kid who plays the boy.
How can you not invite Keanu Reeves? Vin Diesel or Henry Cavill.
Little Richard.
Yeah, JD, I would like to have JD on that show, but he's never going to be on that show.
On there too, you know, to just spice it up.
JD's great.
I say Michael Jordan. Bring him in. You know, I don't know if he likes this kind of stuff, but we'll get him there.
I'd have to stack it with a few of our most out there visionaries, right?
Todd Howard, Jade Raymond,
Ori Barlog,
Major Nelson,
Amy Hennig,
Ed Boon,
Neil Druckmann.
Kojima would be at the table.
Have to invite Hideo Kojima.
He's always posting really awesome meals on social media.
Does he use his fork in the left hand or the right hand, or actually does he use his telekinesis to just magic the food into his mouth? You know what I mean?
My ideal dinner at E3 would just be a one-on-one sit down with Ken Levine.
BioShock Infinite is one of my favorite games of all time, so I would love to talk to him about it.
And I just want to know what he's doing now.
I would bring the entirety of Nintendo.
Oh man, Miyamoto-san, I would say.
Miyamoto's there. He's eating a lot of popcorn chicken.
I think Reggie.
You don't even work in Nintendo anymore. I gotta bring Reggie.
I think his entire story is phenomenal.
You know when you see CEOs and you're like, you look a little stiff, right? No, I feel like he would be a good person to have a beer with.
Of course, there are so many luminaries in the games industry that I want to meet, but like, I want to party with QA.
And actually extend that to everyone.
No, I would bring everybody. This is for us. We're all eating from the gaming entree that is E3. So yeah, you're all invited to my dinner. If y'all can afford $75,000 a plate.
I think it's safe to say
He's
that
out here
we
alone
all
today?
like to have a lunch or a dinner with Miyamoto. about video games.
Nah, they've been moving.
But folks,
They've been moving around, like circulating.
Our favorite characters are brought to life by real
Sometimes it's him and someone else. Sometimes it's someone else. Sometimes it's the other guy.
Relatively unknown, their resumes, body of work over time speak for themselves. So our voices of E3 panel discuss the life of a real-life voice actor in a virtual world.
Show me some things so I can get warmed up.
There ain't nothing. There really is nothing. Verizon had their own thing, and like they were just talking about like, hey, we're upgrading the speed of internet so that like you could do VR gaming smoother, and people that are trying to download games would be able to download their games faster, and if you're a streamer, you can have more bandwidth so that you can do your streaming and not have to worry about everyone else in the house.
And get us flowing and get us moving. So let me introduce the wonderful women of this panel. Oh, I guess I should say what my name is. I'm Kritzia Bajos. I'm also a voice actress, on-camera actress. Yes, part of What the Vox with these wonderful women. But enough about me. Let's get to the women here in the panel. We've got Courtney Taylor Callie-Born, most famous for Jack and Mass Effect, Ada Wong Resident Evil, sole survivor for Fallout 4, passionate about activism. She co-founded the online community of Nerds Vote. Amazing badass all around. Love you, Courtney Taylor. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Anjali Bhamani, I have to say specifically she is known as the international superstar Anjali. Hi. Well, you know, that's what was requested.
It's a super spy.
Sorry, super spy, so even better.
But I'll take superstar. I mean, either way.
Superstar, super spy.
It's kind of both. Yeah, it's sure.
She's graced the stages of Broadway, has illuminated your televisions in shows like Modern Family, Marvel's Runaways, Grace and Frankie, and one of my favorite shows of all time, probably the best show, arguably for me, is The Sopranos, among many, many, many others. In gaming, she's most known as Symmetra in Overwatch and Rampart in Apex Legends. Anjali, hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
And we're moving over
Is she allowed to do that? Be an Overwatch and an Apex?
I don't know, but hey.
Don't humble yourself.
But work is work, right?
Yeah. Like it's like the Marvel DC contract where you're not allowed to jump universes.
Yeah, that's crazy, right?
Yeah.
Nah. They're only paying her for her voice. It's none of that crazy. You sign your soul kind of shit. To our shit, you know. It's just her voice.
And Jennifer Hale, actor, singer, Matrix revealer, podcast host, passionate advocate for financial freedom, Guinness World Record holder for her incredible resume of video games, including Femme Chef in Mass Effect. It gives me goosebumps even just saying Femme Chef. And I'll talk to you about that Twitter post that I love so much. And Ash from Overwatch, among a ridiculous amount of others, y'all. Jennifer Hale. Woot! That was really well.
I know, we were all ready for that.
And you closed right at the perfect time. I feel like
Right?
a maestro. Okay, Wonder Woman and Voice Gaming. Here we go. Let's talk about the stuff that we've been seeing. It's 2021, y'all. Lots of changes have been happening. Obviously,
My question is, do we go to Capcom USA or do we stick around in this one?
Don't know, but Capcom is running a tournament right now.
Our industry especially has been at the
That's why the fighter thing is up.
Yeah.
Gaming has not
Ignore the fact that they have a Capcom Fighters YouTube channel.
Channel and on Twitch as well.
With that being said, I want to ask you all, what recent changes in this industry are you
I don't know what's going on in that tournament. I'm gonna take a look.
What would you like to see about what happens in the future? What do you
I saw somebody like destroying someone with Rose, and that was the last thing I saw.
Take a little quick.
Yeah, super happy
Take a quick
with the
peek
levels of
going on over
representation
there.
I'm seeing out there, and I want more of it.
I haven't seen high level
And
Street
more
Fighter in a long
access,
time.
you know, just a wider playing field.
It hasn't really changed. It's just that combos are longer.
So important to see all people represented. I love that, casting is really going in the direction of getting the people who are actually the ones, getting the LGBT community
Universal rules.
tell their stories. You know, to get when I started.
Oh, that set is still good. Oh, right, first to 10.
A huge pool of us to choose from.
That's why.
And now it's great to both, I think, from an acting perspective,
They're
and also
allowing
a directing
costumes
perspective,
too.
that you're getting people who
few.
it is their stories to tell. It
few.
is their
Yeah.
you know, mother tongue or their mother countries, and so they have, you know, these deep roots.
And that whole thing about they have to wear specific costumes, or at least like the
I think to piggyback
the sports
on that,
set.
for me, it's
That's
not just
mostly
the
what it has to do
representation,
with
which is
like
exciting in and of itself.
major
It's the
broadcasts
stories
like
that are
television
being
and such.
told are so much more complex and have been over the last few
Or like
years, that it's no longer all
official
about any
tournaments.
one characteristic of someone being the entire focus of their story. It's no longer about the particular culture or about the particular gender or about the particular sexual orientation. Everybody is a sum of these incredibly unique parts that make their story interesting. And so it's become even more inclusive than representative, because everybody can find a hero or a story that they can identify with on some level. It doesn't have to be necessarily, oh, she looks exactly like me, or she comes from my culture, or anything like that, so much as it can be any number of things. It can be emotional complexity. It can be particular plot points. It can be all sorts of things. I think the storytelling has really advanced tremendously. And you know, games are now epic long movies that the player gets to be a part of.
I love this. Yeah, it is a very exciting time in gaming. Gato, did you have anything to add, or?
No, I feel like they've hit it all.
Yeah.
Well, there's one other thing though too that I'm really excited about, is that we're also starting to get scripts in advance from time to time.
Yes.
So I feel like, you know, we're doing less what I call the standing long jump, where you just drop in and jump as far as you can. So that's really exciting. I feel like we're starting to, you know, be able to make, as voice actors, we don't get the rehearsal time, we don't get the collaboration time, you know, that you might get working on a play or, you know, starting up a television show, things like that. And I'm just so excited to be able to have some
That's good that they
time
get their
with
scripts
the
early.
script, to be able to make, you know, deep decisions on who the character is.
Oh, the ladies over here? I was not
I'm
listening.
really thrilled that there's the value of that.
Yeah, they talk about like what's changed, and like getting their scripts early was a change.
The relationship
like
between
the
actors and
for
developers
their
has become
upcoming
closer
projects or
in
whatever.
recent years. Like I've definitely had more
Which
experiences where
means
there's
we'll
an
probably
active
get
conversation going
better
on,
dubs.
and there is and that the
in general.
voice directors in sessions are
Yeah.
so giving and so excited to try to really connect and
Because I
figure
feel
out
like
what
half
what
the
the
time
best
that
way
we get bad dubs is like
person is, rather than something that's prescriptive or like
they're
long
just
jump situation.
doing what they thought was a good idea at the time, but also like the voice director isn't actually doing their job.
Be a part of it, and that we're all cogs in the whole.
Because you still gotta tell the
rather
actors like what is their motivation in
And
this scene or
sometimes
that
they even
scene.
let us go to the companies, and we get to
Right.
see people in their natural habitat doing the work, which is so incredible, because the more that I feel like I can talk about the process that goes on behind it, you know, and give the love to the developers, the, you know, the painters, the people who are like, not just the writers that we come into contact with, but the people who are doing all of the beautiful visuals and the music, the composing, I mean, the sound design, all that kind of stuff. I've only recently gotten to do that, and it has enriched my whole understanding of the process for everyone, as well as being able to speak more knowledgeably about it and talk about how great these things are that everybody's putting all this blood, sweat, and tears.
Yeah.
All these
Well,
blood, sweat, and tears.
Connected to what Andrea was saying about like getting to talk to the developers or them caring to represent us properly, I think that sure there were a lot of Latinos in video games, but they were always the drug dealers and the illegal immigrants, and you know, we auditioned for the prostitutes and the wives, or the mobster wives, and you know, that I think that now it's not that they're is more representation and that we are being, they are casting appropriately, but that they care to really do the research and do a positive portrayal of it. And I'm working on a video game now where I play a character of Hispanic descent, and they've cared to ask questions about my personal experience. So
they're talking about now, like, how...
Well, they kind of
Listen, I'm listening. I'm listening to them.
Like,
I'm watching the fight while listening to them.
Okay, okay.
Yeah,
I'm
guessing her Hispanic character might be Danny from like Far Cry or something.
Possibly?
You know all
Yeah.
the Indian things in all the Indian languages, and I'm like,
Probably.
let's have a moment about that because that's not true. I speak Spanish better than any of those. So, so now they're actually bringing people, bringing in experts to be the experts, so that we can do the job that we were asked to do.
You know what? I have a question for Jennifer. There was
Wait.
in the beginning of, was it this year or this past or 2020? But you had the reaction.
Did you have that problem growing up whenever you played games? And like, you saw Hispanic characters and maybe like they were not like the best portrayed?
Dude, honestly, I didn't care as
Oh, you
much
did?
as like.
That's what I thought. Like same with me. Cause like, hey, you see me play like Black Baron, I don't care what kind of character he is.
I didn't
But,
care.
you know,
I
what
didn't
happened,
care,
I didn't
man.
expect it. It completely took me by surprise.
Yeah, and
I
like,
didn't even really understand why
I also
had to
didn't really
reaction.
care too much about like Coltrane either.
They were like, "This is what representation looks like."
Um,
And I went, "Oh my god." Oh my god.
I think it's because like specifically with Coltrane, he's big, loud, and bombastic, but it's not overtaken every single scene until like they specifically put him in his own scenes.
So I've just put a cap on all.
But
and it's
I
like,
forgot what was the dude name in
in
in Binary Domain.
Just number one being represented, because
I forgot what his name was.
Wasn't it like Big Bo or something like that?
Yes, him. Yes, Big Bo. Like,
I remember you told me you had issues with this.
yeah. Big Bo was different than like what like Black Baron and like Coltrane was.
Just over the moon
Where it's
with
like,
how
okay,
he
now I
stood on
feel
a table
like
at a GameStop at
you're
midnight and called
patronizing me.
and thanking him, and he was mortified. But
And that's where it started like building
so
up for
when I
like
saw
to
that,
in your
yeah,
body
I
where
was
like
like,
I
like,
can't
something in
stand
my gut
what they
went,
do to black
"Share this."
people in
And I
these
was like,
games.
More or less, yeah. Cause like I didn't really notice it before. Cause like yeah, you know, like Baron and a couple of other black characters in video games. I mean, like be side characters or like the thug number
And they go for like
5
the
or something.
cliche, and they go for like the cliche pimp daddy, all that good stuff.
Yeah. Like I didn't mind all that. Like,
but then Bo happened. You're like,
yes,
no.
and, like I don't understand what it was about Big Bo that bothered me so much. That it feels like it's not. It wasn't genuine. It was like just patronizing me.
Yeah, I remember you telling me about this, and I was like, dude, but then just skip the cutscenes. Like, no, I'm not even gonna play the game. I'm like, damn, like that.
I'll probably play the game now because I have seen it, and like those trailers were not good to him. Let's just say that he's a much better character than the trailers made him out to be.
Right.
And you know, nothing too crazy. You can smart enough to get yourself out of those situations, but to now be living in a time
Because
where
like
it's different.
they were smart with Gears of War. Coltrane usually had like 2 or so lines per like game or something in the trailers.
Right.
So they're like, okay, we're not going to overdo this. We're not going to oversell what this character was.
Oh, it was substantial. You know, just because here's what I know.
And then like Black Baron and Black Baron is an entirely different thing that makes that joke so funny.
Yeah. Like for me, when it came to like Hispanic, I was like, I barely heard it at the time, and when I did, I didn't care.
Yeah, like the one time I heard you care at all was in Resident Evil 4 when they were speaking Spanish.
Yeah, they were speaking Spanish. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah, like
it's bad too. Like some of the words aren't right.
Well, they're zombies.
They're not zombies. They're people with parasites in them.
Yeah, whatever. Zombies.
And we see.
And then after playing the game,
Like if you want to do the whole semantics thing, no zombie you ever fought in Resident Evil was zombies. Because of the whole Japanese biohazard thing. If you want to go there. But no, man, it's zombies. Zombies. They're zombies. Let's not go into the semantics of it.
They have a parasite and they're being mind controlled.
Zombies. Okay, are they still mind controlled when you shoot them in the head and their head explodes and there's a parasite coming out of them?
Well, that's when they're actually dead, and then the parasite has to take over the body.
No, man, they were zombies.
Wonder Woman.
Okay, if you say so. Because Sadler did it to Ashley in the game, like, controls your ass, or whatever. He did it to Leon, too, when Leon's trying to, stops him.
Turn.
So it's like mind
They're
control.
turning.
Yeah, mind control.
Being the pillar of support.
It's not all mind control.
In the community, it means a rising tide, lifting all boats, helping other women in this.
Instead of saying "I," no, he says "Are you?" I'm like, what the fuck is that?
And being an example of what
I'm like, what?
can look like.
That at least came out right, but that "I" shit, I'm like, no, what the fuck? There's a couple of words that they didn't come out right. I'm like, I'll let it pass, it's fine.
Yeah.
And reaching back
Like,
down
I forgot what the game was. It made me like, it's not just Metal Slug. I think the game was like Time Crisis.
Oh,
what was the game that it was like it was one of the arcade shooters, and you was fighting this like big black dude with a chain gun that would not die, and he had like 5 different segments, and I think you're on a train and like he's
probably Time Crisis.
Yeah, I remember like him. I was like, oh, this guy will not die. Like, why is they making this black guy out to be the Terminator? So like that was my experience with how they portray like black characters outside of like RPGs really.
Yeah, like when you talk about like Hispanics, I'm like, dude, remember when we played Peace Walker? I fucking love that whole game because
yes,
their Spanish is legit, you know?
Yeah.
Even David Hayter trying to throw that Spanish up in there, I'm like, oh shit. Yeah, I love it. And that fool's like, my name is Snake, Serpiente. I'm like, oh! It's super sick. It's super sick. I really don't care. So, because when it comes to Hispanic, I'm in that Puerto Rican side, so there's different types of accents where like there's got your Mexicans.
It's a very varied thing that like not a lot of people think about.
Yeah.
Cause like I know like she was talking about like Latinos specifically. I'm like, well, it's not the same thing, but like
it's not because we have a couple, man. We have a couple.
Mm-hmm.
Like we got Dominicans, we got the Mexicans, you know, and every Spanish between all of them is different.
Yeah,
it's different. So it's like what? That's why I didn't care. So like when I see a Puerto Rican character somewhere, I'll let you know. It's like yes, that's how we talk.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I've ever seen one. Like, oh, this character's Puerto Rican. He speaks Puerto Rican, you know, Spanish, quote unquote. Nah,
it's like this character's African. Okay, but where though? What tribe? What dialect? It's all very different things.
Right.
Yes, they speak Spanish, but like what kind of Spanish? Are they Spaniard or are they?
Are we talking Spaniard? We talking, you know, from Mexico? We talking from like El Salvador? Like, Where? Like Dominican Republic? Or is he fucking Cuban?
Mm-hmm.
Puerto Rican? Where?
Hearing these women come together and talk about representation.
That's what I'm like,
talk
whatever.
About inclusion, and I think that last
And then
there was,
I played
women in gaming or something like that.
Ghost Recon Wildlands, and that whole game is in like Spanish, except your characters.
You know, being a pillar of
And
Wait, so what? Like, is your character like an American soldier going in there or something?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Pretty much.
Okay, I thought like you were part of like the sector for that or something.
You're probably taking out like the cartel, pretty much. You know?
Okay.
Yeah, so all you hear is Spanish when those guys are out there.
Good, yeah. Spanish Cartel number 153.
Right, and then when they see your ass, it's like, oh, ahí está el gringo, you know, like the gringo, like, oh, yeah, they call you that and all that. Oh, yeah.
We were teams.
Good way to explain
feel that support.
But, you know, again, I don't think I've ever seen a Puerto Rican
for me,
gaming character. You know?
have a choice, right? Like you can be negative or you can be positive, and they were like, hey, like. Let's
And then the closest thing I've gotten to a Puerto Rican, which is Miles Morales, and he's not fully Puerto Rican.
Yeah.
That's whatever.
Anyway, we put each other over. You know,
And then there's just me just hating on this guy because he's Spider-Man.
one thing I do just want to highlight.
I'm sorry.
Why?
Look, I'm like Stan Lee when it comes to that. Like,
Use me.
this is an interesting character, and like I like what he's doing for the youth of today, and getting them into comics and getting them to feel like yeah, they're included in comics. But Spider-Man to me will always be Peter Parker.
Peter Parker, right?
Yeah,
Right.
and like if there's other versions of Spider-Man, they're in different timelines. Like the other Spanish Spider-Man, like the Mexican one.
Oh, what's
2099.
Is it like Miguel something?
Yeah.
Miguel something, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to go super like racist and be like, oh, isn't it like Miguel Rodriguez and shit? But
I don't know. Like I can look it up right now, but like
I swear to God, if it's Miguel Rodriguez, I'm gonna laugh. I can't remember.
Miguel O'Hara.
Oh, O'Hara. Okay.
Okay.
I was far off. I was way off. But I know it's Miguel.
Yeah, he's an engineer, Irish and Mexican descent. That's what it
But
is.
that's the thing. They're never fully, you know, they're half and half always.
And also, they don't even really tell you that like he's Irish outside of like his last name, because his costume is based off of a Day of the Dead costume. So like, where does the Irish come in outside of his background? Because I don't know if it's his fighting style or anything, but like, yeah, that's an entirely different Spider-Man where like he's so Spider-Man. The old Spider-Man has been dead for hundreds of years.
Yo, give me a sec. I'll be right back.
Mm-hmm.
We're so happy that E3 is back this year, and we're really happy to be a part of it.
That's right, and you can see us anytime you want, 4 to 6 p.m. Eastern Time on weekdays, Monday through Friday, where we talk about music news, have live performances, and have very special guests come in pretty much every day of the week.
Exactly, so definitely make sure you follow us on Rolling Stone on Twitch. And right now, we're going to do one of our favorite segments that we call a Dream Mixtape. So this is a segment, usually we have a guest come in, we give them about 10 different prompts, and then we put together a playlist that's available on our Spotify based on these prompts. But this is a very special Dream Mixtape in honor of E3 coming back, and we're doing a Dream video game mixtape.
That's right. If our channel was a video game, these are the songs that we feel would be the soundtrack to our video game.
Yes.
That we're currently in.
Exactly. And this would be the cover of the video game. If our channel were a video game, it is a drawing of John and I.
Yeah.
The art's nice.
On the channel.
It's a beautiful drawing. It is done by Ross Tran from Ross.
I do apologize if anyone was actually listening to what the women had to say, because I know I kind of spoke over it with that one question.
Guitar acts. So it's looking great, and that would be the cover of our video game. Exactly. If we had
Which sucks because like I was way more invested in what they were saying than that whole Ven interview.
It's the first thing you hear, the title screen.
Right. This is like, you know, of course, when you start the game, like, you know, the Halo starting screen where you see all those ships flying everywhere and you hear the
Exactly.
That is kind of like what we're going for here. Maybe not the exact same song.
Yes.
But Tia, what song did you select for our title screen / press start screen?
So I picked Miss the Rage by Trippie Redd and Playboi Carti. Not only am I a huge Playboi Carti fan, but also this song, if you listen to it, the instrumental on this is really, really wild in terms of it's very electronic sounding. It feels like you're kind of in outer space or you're being transported through something, and I feel like that's the vibe that I wanted to bring to whatever this video game that we're making is. So I feel like this really captured something that would feel like you're being jetted into a video game universe. So I had to pick Miss the Rage.
Yeah, I think it's a great selection. It's very gamey, and you know, Tia, you've been going on for months to me about how you really, really like the instrumental for this track and have even just been bumping the regular instrumental. So
Wait.
It's also very, again, very video gamey, very kind of synth-driven, has that vibe to it. So I really dig that.
Am I going to get copyright strike for this?
So, okay, now we're going to move on to the next one, and this one is a choose your character screen, and we've definitely all been there. I feel like I spend a lot of time in the character selection bay in like a Mortal Kombat.
I really like to take my time, and when I'm thinking specifically about time, I take my time. If I'm ever playing The Sims, you know I love The Sims, I will spend a good hour
Oh my god, that's like me in Super Smash Brothers. First of all, I can never pick the character because there are just too many now. There's just so many, and then when I'm going through to pick every one of them, I finally pick like freaking Captain Falcon like always. But then I'm like, okay, like let me like make him pink. So that takes an extra few minutes.
Exactly. Then when you're playing with other people, they're like, come on.
But anyways, what song, Tia, did you select for a choose your character screen?
I picked Tierwhack Cable Guy because, like you were saying, it's a...
Okay, so they're not actually playing the music.
So this is a song that, the song itself is only a minute long, but it's something that if you were to loop it over and over again, it's very unobtrusive. It's really smooth, it's really nice, and it calms you down enough so while you're making that, you know, important choice of which character you're trying to get, you're calm with the music in the background. So I thought this was...
Alright, we back.
This, the title of the song really makes me believe that Larry the Cable Guy would be a selectable
Yeah,
character.
for all the like quote unquote hate that I have for the character,
yeah, for Miles,
at least he is way better than a lot of what's coming out of Marvel right now. I will give him that, and I'm glad that like he's probably the best version of let's recreate this character but make them X, Y, Z.
Talk to the NPCs, trying to break some barrels for some rupees, for some sweet
Because like
rupees.
he definitely wasn't the start of that,
This was my selection.
but he was not helping when like they were trying to get that along.
I feel like some people know this song out there, maybe just a few.
Cause like around the time like okay, I'm seeing like
what I wanted to do is loop.
what was it? I think it was Gwenpool first. No, like the Gwen Stacy Spider-Man, and then the Gwenpool, and then like him and like She-Thor and Captain America but Black. And just a bunch of other like ideas of like, oh, Captain America, but he's he's with Red Skull.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm just like, why are you doing this? I don't care if you have a story to tell here. Maybe you should tell this sort of story to people. Concerning Captain America, a character that was made, I believe, by Jews in the middle of the war, and Red Skull is kind of analogous to Nazis in a way.
Right.
Why would you do this?
Like even their pose.
Yeah, and like sure, like Red Skull has gone back in the past and said like, okay, you guys ruined this. Like, if this, I'm willing to do a lot of things, but what you did, Hitler, is wrong. And like, I think it's a variant cover of him punching Hitler. So like even he has standards. But like, I get the anyone that picks up a copy of Captain America, be it like whatever which one it is, and see him and Red Skull, they understand immediately what they are to each other, even if like it's not one-to-one. And I felt even though I'm not a major Captain America fan, I don't even care about comics like that. I just think that was a line they probably shouldn't have crossed.
Right.
Very, very real. That is very, very real. Which is why
But we're getting recently comics that are pushing every and any sort of boundary, be it a good idea or not, because some people believe it's stories that need to be heard, and I can respect that, but I don't have to agree with it when it comes to like whatever story that they're trying to do. I am more than happy with, like, if I wanted to see a black superhero, give me more Luke Cage, give me more Static, give me more John Stewart, Green Lantern. Because, like, I get, okay, the Green Lanterns are just an army. They come from all walks of life. They're different aliens from different areas of the universe. If they want to add a black dude, and I think a Spanish woman that they got now, I can't remember. By all means, go ahead. I thought there was one Green Lantern to each planet, but you know what? I don't care.
That's what I was gonna say. What? Wasn't it like a Green Lantern from each planet?
Yeah.
I'm like, why did they...
Either each planet or each sector or something like that.
And I'm like, why did they grab 2 humans?
That's right. So I figured
yeah.
for a final boss battle, you need a big
like,
epic feel.
I'm not mad that, like, there's no like Black Flash. I think there is one now though. Like, yeah, sure, black people can run really, really fast. We've seen every, you know, like, Cops episode. But, like, I'm not upset that there's no Black Flash. And if there is one, like, it's of no consequence to me.
You're gonna love this.
Because Negative Flash is like yellow, isn't he?
Yeah, Reverse Flash or whatever. I don't know.
Negative, reverse, I don't know.
I don't know.
Make it feel huge. You're about to
But there's a bunch of them, like Godspeed and a bunch of others now. I don't know. Yeah.
To defeat Chris, our boss, in combat, you will then fail the game and you will die, as most people in video games do. And when this happens,
I don't really care about that too much. I more care about, like, our own superheroes that have their own names, that have their own backgrounds. That's theirs.
Apparently there is one, but he's like a zombie looking thing.
That's the one that's like the Reaper.
So let's go to it.
Yeah, so apparently there is one.
Yeah.
If anybody knows Evanescence, this is Bring Me to Life.
What?
They don't make a lot. He doesn't make a lot of appearance. Apparently.
Yeah.
With death being dead in a game.
And
again,
the
more you die in the game,
going back with Static.
The more you'll want to restart the game.
Do you remember how popular he was back, like, when we were growing up? Like,
oh yeah.
Yeah, like, he had his own television show, and, like, they were trying to push him to be with, like, the Teen Titans, and then he was in like the Young Justice show as well with Black Lightning. They were pushing him to be like DC's Black Spider-Man, and not even just like the black part, just DC Spider-Man, with the way he was meeting all the other superheroes, and he was a young superhero, and more or less on his own. And I thought he worked out just fine, but they stopped pushing him. So it is what it is. I'm glad they're pushing, you know, more of like Black Panther and Storm and Black Lightning. Like all the superheroes that are just their own thing, instead of being
the mantle, like,
yeah, the mantle, the heir to like this, but painted black, you know?
Yeah.
And I do appreciate that, like, Miles Morales is not just Spider-Man painted black. Like he actually does have his own backstory and like motivations for being Spider-Man.
In the Face of Evil, and Magic
But
Sword
I guess,
is
I guess it's
a
mostly
Daft
because like
Punk
he's
esque
sharing the
band.
same
They
sort
are
of
all
space.
dressed up like Daft Punk. There are 3 of them, but they have a
Like
neon stripe
even
that
even
goes
though he's
right
like he's
around their
I
eyes.
believe from a
This is
different
their kind of
dimension.
80s Tron
Like he's
style
still
synthwave,
sharing the same sort of
vaporwave
setting.
group, and
It
they make
depends on
these
what.
songs that really,
It
really
depends
inject,
because
I feel like, a
sometimes
sugar rush into me every time I
Peter
hear
Parker
them,
and
so
Miles
that's why
aren't
I
from
picked
the
them for
same
this.
universe.
Specifically this song
Yeah,
has a
yeah.
And he's like teaching them or
harkens
whatever.
back to
So
that 1980s old video game sound.
it depends on what
Not
whatever
exactly an 8-bit song,
multiverse
but
you're
it is a
thinking
track
about because
that gets
sometimes
me
he's
really
there,
riled
sometimes
up.
he's not.
I'm really excited.
Okay.
That's perfect.
Yeah.
That's a perfect choice.
You know, for
And then
an
now we
example,
move into
in the
mini
multiverse
games, which is
movie,
probably one of my favorite prompts
Peter
that
Parker
we selected
was
because
there
there's
while
so
Miles
many
was there,
possibilities.
but you know that Peter Parker died, and then somebody from the other universe shows up. You know, so they are from the same universe.
Okay.
Clearly, the game that we have
But
created has many.
you know, even in the Spider-Man game, like the ones that came out like PS4 and PS5, same universe, same Spider-Man, same universe. Miles, and they meet each other, they become friends, blah yada yada yada
You're like,
yada.
all right, what's the replay value? I'm gonna play some mini games, and you gotta pick a song in this that's gonna be super
I guess it's
erratic
just
and
so
fit
weird to me
any
because
situation
like
into you. What song?
I like some of them. Like Ben Reilly's my favorite Spider-Man. Like that costume and everything.
This song just has a lot going on.
With the hoodie.
Has a lot going on. There's a lot of different sounds. It is
Yeah, that for some reason is my favorite Spider-Man. But I also like Silk. Have you seen that one?
There's so many different sonic elements to it, and I feel like whatever mini
She's like
this matches
Spider-Man as a
no
ninja.
matter what the game. So had to pick Hunter
If you can, you should look up her design. She looks really cool. She's kind of like Strider looking.
Also just fits a video game realm so well, that kind of hyper pop edge to it, and also like when you're in a minigame,
Silk,
you'll be
you
doing
said,
anything.
right?
Yeah.
I would say I would gather that we have at least 5 mini games in our game.
Oh, absolutely.
All of them are each you're doing something completely ridiculous and completely different than the last one. I'm sure. Yeah.
Who even knows what it
Oh,
will be
damn,
next?
she looked cool.
Yeah, and like they were pushing her for a while,
One of the mini games gotta be like.
and now I no longer know what they're doing with her.
You just gotta do the whole.
If she's even being used, I mean.
Just talk for 2 hours straight. No, that's perfect.
Yeah, I remember. I've never seen her.
Yeah, I may be mixing her up with
We had a really great time putting it together.
the
and we have
the
put a
the
link for that
Batgirl
mixtape
that
and
can't
other
speak,
mixtapes in
but one
our
of them
link
is
below
mute.
on Spotify. If you also want to
I
make
think
any of your own custom
Silk can
mixtapes
speak
on
though.
Spotify, you can send us the link to the email address below.
Yes, we definitely want to hear from you all. And if you enjoyed this, you can follow us and check us out every day, Monday through Friday from 4 to 6
What
p.m.
other
Eastern on twitch.tv.
recipe I can think of?
And you can catch us anytime, 24/7 on our Discord. We would like to just thank everybody for coming out, watching the show today.
After a while,
and
there was
enjoy
just
your
so
E3 2021.
many different Spider-Man.
Oh yeah.
For some reason, I was like, this is like back in the day with us where we had Batman or Spider-Man like toy number 11 that had like a different kung fu action or something, or a different costume that had nothing to do with Spider-Man at all.
Oh, sorry to cut you there, but apparently Capcom USA is live.
Okay, so we'll just go there.
The relationships, and it really made me appreciate good character writing and character development.
But you know, it's
which I
just,
definitely use in my other.
Like they went up, but they're not showing anything. Their schedule thingy. But yeah. Like the Spider-Man thing is ridiculous. Like when it comes to that like multiverse stuff, I'm like, oh, there's just maybe the Spider wasn't Peter Parker, but no, sometimes it's just Peter Parker. He just looks different.
Yeah.
You know.
And they did some weird thing in the comics where like Spider-Man was all over the place in like different universes trying to like save those universes Spider-Man. And like Spider-Woman, who has absolutely nothing to do with Spider-Man, was there as well, but like it had to deal with this like whole spider totem thing where like they're trying to fight off against these like vampires that fight and like feed off of the Spider-Man for their spider totems to like gain more power.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, what does this have to do with anything? I maybe it was just me like not knowing the lead up to that comic, but like I'm just wondering why.
Yeah.
They was also doing something with like Doctor Doom as Iron Man, and I'm like, but Doctor Doom has his own suit. That's better in a lot of ways. Why? like Iron Man, like Tony Stark died, and then like, Victor Von Doom, like he decided to like take up the mantle and like decided to be a superhero and like change his life, and then there was also like this black chick that was like smarter than Tony Stark, and she also took up the mantle too as like Ironheart or something like that. And I'm just thinking in my mind, y'all gotta stop. I don't know what I don't know who is this for. There was a whole thing with the Hulk. I think the new Hulk is like Frank Choi or something like that. This Chinese kid. Well, not even Chinese. I don't think he's Chinese. This Asian kid. Let me say that. That is super smart. Possibly, I believe, smarter than Banner. And he somehow took the gamma radiation from Banner along with like the persona of the Hulk and drew it into himself. So now he is the Hulk. The last time I was paying attention to the Hulk was the Red Hulk saga of stuff. And like World Breaker Hulk.
I don't know a damn thing about Hulk.
World Breaker Hulk was like, they sent Hulk into space. He was upset. But he calmed down and decided to live his best life on this new planet. And got his life together, and what happened was that whole planet got destroyed. He figured out, oh, not only did they try to send me to a whole different place, but they sent a bomb with me.
Damn.
I was happy here, but you know what? Hulk is going to smash again. I told myself I wasn't going to do this, but I'm going to make an exception. And he came back incredibly pissed off. And just him stomping took out at least half of America. Like, he did one stomp. And he was like, Bruce used to hold me back. Bruce doesn't care anymore. This is what I could just do normally. And that's what he did. He just did a small stomp and gone.
Like the only thing I know about the Hulk when it comes to the Hulk is the Hulk versus Wolverine movie and the Hulk versus Thor movie. That's all I know about that. Those movies were gruesome too. Seeing Wolverine cut Deadpool's arm in 3 pieces, like damn. That shit was gruesome. I was like, damn. Those 2 movies is all I know about the Hulk. Yeah. And when he shows up in like anything Marvel, when I watch like Ultimate Spider-Man, there he is. Hulk like Bugman, you know that shit. Like, that's all I know about that movie. Ooh, I like that guy in the chat. I like that guy. I completely forgot what we were about to do today. I'm like, oh, Capcom. I wonder what's a good show. Dragon's Dogma 2.
That would be nice. I guess I think we might be seeing like the next DLC for Resident Evil 8. I think we might see that.
Final Capcom character? No, final Street Fighter character?
Maybe.
Fucking Joe Kusanagi up in there?
I hope not, cause like Capcom needs to get their act together when it comes to Street Fighter and fighting games in general, cause all they make is Street Fighter now, either Street Fighter or Marvel, but they don't use their other games. You might as well make your own King of Fighters, because you have so many other games that you're not using. So seeing like Zeku and like, oh, he has to deal with Strider and Akira and like rival schools like Hinata, where like I forgot what her name was, the uniform for rival schools, but just seeing that stuff, I'm here in my mind thinking, why hasn't Capcom done that in the first place? They could have just kept using their characters. I put in like a successor Darkstalker's character or something, like kind of like how Zeku is a Strider character. He's not Strider Hiryu or Strider Hien, but he is a Strider. So just make your own new Darkstalker character. Say they're a Darkstalker, but they don't have to necessarily be that character. I would definitely love if John Talabane as a human showed up, but like it doesn't make sense setting wise. So maybe make his son or something, you know? Or if they want to do the lazy thing, bring in Morgan. She's immortal. Let me know if like Jin.
You want to really make people hype as fuck. Put X in there. They high five. They were kind of sort of in Infinite.
I mean, yes, but also like that universe technically doesn't count, because in the Mega Man universe, Chun-Li and Nash are news reporters.
That's true.
Like, what they dropped the ball with was Asura. Asura should have been a character by now. But instead
in anything.
Yeah, instead he's a costume. He's a fitting costume, but he should be his own character.
Yep.
They give
it to like Kage or some shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But between like the Street Fighter DLC in that game, and also the ending of that game, and how like those characters can reincarnate whatever they want, and you see Chun-Li incarcerating one of the characters. I'm just like, why not bring him in? He fits that whole sort of thing. Just, did you see how his reincarnation doesn't have his cybernetic stuff? Just bring him back that way.
I'd be so sick if they do that and it's just him and Akuma uncrumbling from that stupid statue shit.
For real.
Remember how they're in statues, and then the statues at the end is like button mash, and they start winding up the punch?
Yep.
That's how it should just start. They're winding up that punch, shatters, and it's them fighting again.
Yeah, like, Asura should have been in the background of Akuma's stage at least. Like, as a statue or something. He got out first, I don't know. Like, make a character that has to do with Jin from Cyberbots or something. Because that's already a game that has a sequel. Well, not a sequel. That game was a sequel to a different game. So they could totally say like, oh, this person was like an engineer working on like the Cyberbots, but like it's in prototype or something, and it's going to take years of research into getting this off the ground. Or just make them have like Jin's moves or something.
They do so many things, but
Mm.
I don't know. They've been keeping this character for a secret for a while now, and there's no leaks, no nothing.
What I definitely need to know is if Sea Viper's suit has anything to do with Captain Commando. That's one mystery I need solved.
The similarities are telling you?
Yeah, like I don't think they are related, but I'm wondering if her suit has anything to do with his.
I say just fuck it and put Terry Bogard in there too. I'll be happy. I mean, you followed him to Smash, and now Terry's gonna come back to Street Fighter. Be like, hey, come on, bitch, let's fight. Let's get ready. No, I'm just playing.
Oh, and Slam Masters. I need to see a Slam Masters character at some point in the series, and I need to know what in the world was going on with Ingrid. Like, don't just even bring in Ingrid. Bring in all three of them. Bring in Rook and Dee as well. And actually explain what these characters are. Give me a Cyberbots character. Give me a Power Stone character.
Nope. Characters that are dead, just use them. God damn it.
Yeah. Because if anyone has looked at that CFN network and has just seen the ludicrous amount of characters that are in Street Fighter, Sam Show finally on Steam, they don't even control that series, man. Yeah, like the CFN has so many characters. From like background characters to like characters from Street Fighter 1 and like how they connect to other characters. Like I wasn't aware of like I believe it said Geki and Ibuki are connected via like either clans or rivaling clans. Oh, it's starting.
It's starting, yeah. And on the dot too, 5:30. On the dot. These guys are kind of nice. Hit us with that goodness. Boom! Rise Arisen. I'm just playing.
Welcome to the Capcom E3 Showcase. I'm your host, Rachel Querico, aka Seltzer, and I'll be your guide as we walk through the latest releases, news, and updates from Capcom. We'll hear from the Resident Evil Village team, share some news from the world of Monster Hunter, and get the latest on Ace Attorney. Then we'll wrap up with some updates from our friends at Capcom Fighters. So what are we waiting for?
That's it?
Let's get started. Our
That's
first
it.
stop
Nothing
today,
new.
Resident
Nothing
Evil
new.
Village.
No Mega Man or
Resident Evil
nothing?
franchise
Okay.
continues to pioneer the latest and greatest in survival horror. The team has been blown away by the response to Resident
It's the
Evil
same
Village,
shit we have.
which launched
Exactly,
last
like
month. It
it's
brought the world
literally
another
every
chapter
game
in
you
this
already
decades-long
own outside
story
of
as
Ace
the
Attorney.
franchise celebrates its 25th anniversary this year. I'm honored
This
to
is
be able to
E3. I want to know about
Tsuyoshi
games
Kondo,
coming out next
producer on
year or
Resident Evil
next 2
Village, with a
years.
special message for the fans.
I want to know about updates.
Another time. Bye-bye.
This update.
There's nothing to fear.
I want to know about Lost Planet.
Where's Rose? She's everything to me.
I think it's time you left things in my hands. Go on, rest now.
Hi everyone, my name is Tsuyoshi Kanda, producer on Resident Evil Village. I wanted to take this opportunity to thank everyone who's played since we launched the game in May. We hope you're enjoying this new chapter in survival horror. As a reminder, everyone who purchases Resident Evil Village will gain free access to our online multiplayer title, Resident Evil Re:Verse, where players go head-to-head with their favorite Resident Evil heroes and bioweapons. I'm now happy to announce that Resident Evil Re:Verse will go live next month across all supported platforms. So head into the fray to celebrate the Resident Evil 25th anniversary.
Thank you, Kanda-san, for that wonderful update. Next up, some long-awaited news from the world of Monster Hunter. Whether it's adventuring alongside monsters or battling
what did
them
they
with
show?
friends, we've got something
I'd step
for you.
away.
First, let's dive into the brand new
For Resident
story-based
Evil?
RPG entry to the series.
Just
Monster
you can
Hunter
play
Stories
Resident
2,
Evil Verse.
Wings of Ruin.
Resident Evil 8.
That's
And
it?
then DLC in development for Resident Evil 8. Like what?
They didn't even show it. Wow.
They didn't show nothing, bro. And this is stories. I don't know anything about stories, so whatever.
This was his fate.
You leave my Rathalos alone. That's what I can say right now.
Red may have been strong and skilled, but against the awesome power of nature, he was merely a man. He never stood a chance.
All around, things just kept getting worse. But I heard that Guardian Ratha had survived and returned
I like
to
that
Hakoda
Rathalos with
Island.
green stuff on them.
I went there to see Red's old monster again. Then, of course, that's when I met you.
Alright, I'm gonna have to hold on to this.
You were given Red's kinship stone, and now a Rathalos egg. This is destiny.
Why is this the same trailer?
This is
The same one.
Ray's Wing Ratha, the monster with the wings of ruin. It's said that a beat of its wings can bring about
Like-
waves of destruction.
Yeah, showing off your Capcom Direct thing from last time.
Wings of ruin. The pits are appearing everywhere, and they're emitting a strange light.
You're gonna show Lavin is doing his cross slash thing. There you go.
What's this whole idea of forming kinship with monsters? How do you control them?
It's not about control. Monsters help riders of their own will. And the bonds between monsters and riders are just like your bond with
Damn.
Tsukino.
Nah, it's not Zoid, Slinky.
What kind of power does Ratha really have? Why are all of these pits appearing? And who are those people who want to
They're
take
wearing
Ratha for
Death Stick
themselves?
armor.
Yep.
All I have are questions.
If there's worry or doubt in your voice, Ratha
The
will
one
become
Nerdy
anxious
Gigante man and then Death Stench
He needs
squad.
to
Like
know
yes.
that you will protect him no matter what.
I can sense the flames of his life force weakening. The burden of such great power is too much for his body to bear.
A voice. Can you hear it?
Riders can bond with monsters. Surely you can groove with fellow humans.
They have the power of kinship. They're
They're
friends. They're
monsters.
monsters. Humans carry the strength of everyone they meet. That makes them strong. My friends here taught me that. I believe in the strength of humanity.
Super Saiyan Rathalos, man. That's not new! Let's just show the Gear Cruise at the end. That's new.
Except we know about Lagiacrus already.
True. Okay, this is new.
Yeah, this part is new. They could have just shown this.
Oh, you get a Palamute. That's the free title update. You get a Palamute. Okay, cool. Oh, Palamute! Okay. That's oh. You can play a demo. Cool. Was that Nergigante hair? What the hell? Wait. I didn't see that before. You get Nergigante hair.
Huh.
That's creepy. I'm gonna go back and see that later.
Looks pretty epic, right? And how about that announcement? The canine companion Palamute from Monster Hunter Rise will be joining Monster Hunter Stories 2 as one of the new monsties in the first free title update coming soon after the game's release. You can get an early peek at the game with the Monster Hunter Stories 2 Wings of Ruin trial version starting on June 25th.
I'm glad.
Which also carries your progress over to
I'm
the
glad
full
you don't
game
have to
release
get
just a
the
few weeks later on July
amiibo
9th.
just to have
That's
that
not
though.
the only way to join the hunt.
Well, like the Palamute?
Millions
Yeah.
of you made Monster Hunter Rise a huge success earlier this year, and we have even more content coming, including a new collaboration on the Rise. Let's find out more.
I'm not gonna hold my. I'm not gonna hold my breath, but.
Let's go! This is for my fellow hunters!
Which we knew about already.
This is no runt. Moon's blessing emerge. Get ready. I have a good feeling. What will it be? Moon's blessing emerge.
Oh shit. What does Diablos care about that egg? Okay.
Maybe it's Diablos' egg.
Come on, man. We know about this, man. Capcom, no. Oh. Here we go.
Okay, someone at Capcom knows that people love this song.
Yeah, man. I'm one of them. Oh, Black Leather Pants are back. Funny. Play Possum, Shadow Shades. More stickers. I'm running out of ideas. Oh, new mask. I'm all about that.
Kamura is like my second home.
You think you can take on Rondine?
Okay. Okay.
There has never been a better time to be a Monster Hunter fan. With all the new updates to Monster Hunter Rise and the launch of Monster Hunter Stories 2 this summer. We can't wait to hear about your own stories of adventure. Well, that's not the only thing Capcom has in store for us this July. Fans of Phoenix Wright will have new
I don't want
chapters
to know about July. I want to know about next year.
I am upset. I am so upset. They're showing stuff we already know.
For real, man.
Great Ace Attorney
Capcom, not like
Adventures
this.
and the Great Ace Attorney 2 Resolve, which were
Man,
previously
I don't
only
want
available
to hear about people saying that like, okay,
in time to late 19th century Japan
Square
and
Enix
London
dropped the ball or
Ryunosuke
something.
Naruhodo, Phoenix Wright's ancestor.
But you look at this, so far, I see
let's hear more about
Capcom
the
just
story.
fumbling.
So then, let us unravel this.
Fumbling. Capcom is running back. And then they got hit, and then they got safety because they're idiots.
Welcome to the center of the world.
Well, we gotta wait and see. We gotta wait and see how this goes.
Country is incredible.
Maybe they'll surprise us with something at the end.
So then, let us unravel this mystery and discover what events led
But
to
it's
this
like you said, they
Who are
showed
you?
all this in their Capcom thing.
Yeah.
Like what? Last month or 2 months ago?
Something like that. But I remember hearing about all of this already. Like this Ace Attorney game that I don't even play Ace Attorney and I know this exists.
We even talked about it. We even talked about it like on one of your streams. We're like, wait, is it like Phoenix Wright like young or something? Something like that? Yeah, we talked about it.
The defense demands its right to a cross-examination.
Capcom.
Objection! Your testimony completely contradicts the facts.
Objection! My lord, with all due respect, this is an outrage!
Suck on that. Guilty, mother.
You're the best lawyer in the world.
So we have 10 new cases and 8 mini
Thank you,
escapades
Capcom. That was it.
where you can take on the role of a defense attorney.
No.
Now, we all want to see some gameplay, right? Let's take a closer first look at 2 gameplay features new to the franchise in the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles: Dance of Deduction and Summation Examination.
Dude, I'm upset.
Hello, I'm Jonathan, Capcom's marketing brand manager for the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles.
So this is the capital of Great
Capcom,
Britain.
no.
Where to?
Any idea if the
Whitehall, if you wouldn't mind.
The Capcom team is thrilled to present 2 new
An idea of
gameplay
what?
features: Dance of
if
Deduction
that Final
and
Fantasy
Summation
game got
Examination,
fixed?
coming to the Ace Attorney series.
I hear it didn't.
It didn't.
Did not.
Wow. So nobody has played it yet?
To prove your client's innocence, players will come across conspicuous situations that require further examination with the help of Ryunosuke's legal aid Susato and the brilliance of deduction from Detective Herlock. Herlock will proceed to present his logic and reasoning spectacular, a grandiose yet flawed series of conjectures.
Ryunosuke and Susato will then discuss to correct the flaws in Herlock's deductions.
Yep, still not fixed.
At this point, players will be prompted to search for clues that help identify the errors in the detective's logic and reveal the truth to the mystery.
Yeah, caress the man's beard. Be like, yeah, what do you have there?
As players present new evidence and observations, Herlock will amend his
You're hiding a
deductions
blade in
based
your
on the new
beard.
information. Upon uncovering the truth, Ryunosuke and Herlock enter into a semi-metaphorical, semi-literal dance that brings them to the conclusion of the dance of deduction.
In courtroom battles, players will attempt to convince 6 jurors of the innocence of their client. Their progress will be displayed and represented by 2 scales of justice, one black, representing a guilty verdict, and one white, representing a not guilty verdict.
Objection!
In summation examination, take the stand to face off against the jurors, all of whom provide explanations as to why they've reached their guilty verdict.
You'll have to identify conflicting statements and sway the jury in your favor. Examine each statement carefully and select 2 contradicting jurors to call out the flaws in their logic.
People are so aggressive, shanking something.
Objection!
Bro.
Be ready to provide
They
evidence
said
from the court
show
record to help
a little
prove
bit of
contradiction
gameplay. They're going in, bro. I don't think they're gonna show anything else.
When you successfully point out one of these
this
contradictions,
is a little bit of
they
gameplay
might
given
just
this
change their
game
minds.
and its series and like what you actually
Slam of their
have to
fist,
do
each juror you
in
persuade
order to
will
get
send a
anywhere.
fiery ball towards the scales above and literally tip the scales of justice in your favor. Bring each contradiction to light and persuade the jury to help prove your client's innocence.
Objection! My lord, with all due respect.
Yeah, they're not displaying.
This has just been a small taste
I'm
of the
playing, I'm
exciting
playing.
new gameplay features in the
I
Great
can never
Ace
see
Attorney.
anybody throw a wine glass
We are
like that
very
anymore.
excited to get this game in the hands of both new fans.
More so since I showed you that gif of like
Thanks for
Dracula just throwing every single wine glass he
Already
has.
seems like I have a bunch of games to catch up on. There are some exciting new adventures and titles to look forward to. Well, that's a look at the new premieres from Capcom, but what about esports? Let's close out today's showcase with a few words from 2 of the stars of Capcom Fighters, Rob TV and Vicious. They'll tell us what's been going on with Capcom esports, including updates on the Capcom Pro Tour, Intel World Open, Street Fighter League, and all the other content on Capcom Fighters. Over to you guys.
This isn't what E3 is for.
What's going on, everybody, and welcome to the Capcom
This just makes it seem
esports
like
presentation
Capcom
for
doesn't
E3
have anything.
2021. My name is Vicious, commentator for the Capcom Pro Tour as well as Street Fighter League, here with competitive Street Fighter V player and host extraordinaire, Hollywood, Rob TV. What's going on, Rob?
Oh my goodness, Vicious. Host extraordinaire. That just sounds beautiful. It has a ring to it. And I think that's
Get
the
it? I'm
perfect
wearing
word
a
to
Street
describe
Fighter
what we
shirt
have
myself
for
right
everyone
now, but
today.
damn!
Street Fighter V,
Capcom ain't showing
E3, it just feels right.
Nope.
And you feel the electricity in the air. Nice!
Nice!
What? That was nasty. And
Don't get me wrong,
at home, Vicious, who don't fully know
I still support
what
Street
competitive
Fighter. I
Street
got my
Fighter
shirt
V is.
right now,
The
like
long and
literally
short
right
of it is
now.
this. We travel all around the world,
And-
state to state,
ah!
country,
I wanna
and we
do
try to bring
things!
our opponent's life form
We
from
suck to
100 all the way down to 0 and feel pretty goddamn good doing it.
It seems
That's
like
right,
we
Rob.
ain't
If you
getting
think you're the
nothing.
best in your region, sign up for Capcom Pro Tour.
So far, I'm starting to
become
believe you. Like
possibly
you said,
a world
all day
champion.
today has been all about e-sporting.
Yeah.
And yeah, I see it now.
So in this year's CPT overall, it's a series of tournaments that have $5,000 on the line for each tournament. But that money alone, that's not what's really at stake here. It's about making it to the granddaddy of them all, Capcom Cup.
Item just reset in grand finals of Capcom Cup.
So behind me, you can see in all of its glory the
That's where they're
Capcom
gonna show
Pro Tour
Kusanagi.
2021
You know, not
official
here.
stage and set, and that's a place that you are very, very familiar with.
That's right. We take all of our events and broadcast it live from this stage, and we check out all of the top competitors from each and every one of these regions. And speaking of, the Capcom Pro Tour has shaped up a lot. 2021, we have 32 events going on in the Capcom Pro Tour, spanning across 19 different territories. So there's so many opportunities for players from around the world to get that ticket into Capcom Cup this season. I'm absolutely excited because, again, that is a big change from what 2020 was into what we could expect for 2021.
And Mago is your first qualifier for Japan for the Capcom Pro Tour.
Not only can you catch the Capcom Pro Tour live on the Capcom Fighters channel, you can do so on a plethora of platforms. We have it on Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook. Of course, if you don't catch it live, you can also check out the VODs for all the competitive studying you would need to become a successful Street Fighter V player, as well as catching some of the community-focused content that we have on Capcom Fighters. We have No Neutral, the official pre-show of the Capcom Pro Tour. We have sets where we take players from around the world and play off in an exhibition first to 10. Not only that, actually, we do have Street Fighter League that's happened season after season, non-stop action, 6 teams of 3.
Yeah, everyone is saying like this is the event. This is Capcom today. Nothing else.
Street Fighter League is something that you don't want to miss because normally we only have 1v1 content. But now you actually have your teammates at your back, and every decision that you make is not just about you anymore.
Look for more news on Street Fighter League later this year.
It's Oki time. What's gonna happen? Nice. He checks it. He checks the movement. What's happening? It's so good.
Well, I will do something that will make you happy.
Happening right now.
WayForward just announced that they're making River City Girls 2.
Happening next month. Be sure to check out the official website for more information, including current standings and broadcast schedule.
To commemorate this event, everyone who logged in during this period
Capcom ain't doing
exclusive
oh my god
competitor title and dojo objects. You do not want to miss
you
this.
look. I'm telling you right now, go to this right now. I'm rocking the Street Fighter. I represent, but holy shit, I don't want to see that right now.
We've had so many events so far. We started off with
I don't want to see that right now.
Region. We've had a couple of more events going on afterwards.
I represent right now.
We're going to be continuing off with the Midwest region for the Capcom Pro Tour. I know you're definitely.
I'm over here all hyped like I'm about to fucking see some Capcom, maybe new snow.
Tune in to see the tournament.
You do not want to miss
games that are out has been, and then like what? The 2 games that aren't?
Head to head.
Dang.
Yeah, I'm like, they're not gonna show anything here because like they're waiting until whatever they do next in like the tournament to show off the next character. They always show off the characters at the tournaments. So
I'm rocking my Street Fighter shirt. I represent but no. Not like this.
My gold is gonna go to the limit, and I ain't lying to the people.
This is the ultimate Street Fighter V experience. This.
You're right. You gotta watch the whole tournament thing right now. Have it end.
Yeah, this is what the qualifiers. Like we gotta wait till grand finals.
It's been a really exciting season so far, and I can't wait to see how this plays out on the road to Capcom Cup. Remember to check out Capcom Fighters' Twitch and YouTube channels for more information and to watch the latest matches.
Oh my god.
So that's a wrap for Capcom at E3 this year. Let's recap what we all saw. Resident Evil Village is back with the latest installment of the survival horror experience and RE-Verse as part of the franchise's 25th anniversary. We have new adventures to embark on in the world of Monster Hunter with Monster Hunter Stories 2, Wings of Ruin, and Monster Hunter Rise.
Man.
And don't
That's
forget to go back in time with
there.
the great Ace Attorney Chronicles to tap into the family history of Phoenix Wright and solve new cases. Finally, don't miss out on the esports fun. Make sure you catch the latest matches with Capcom Fighters. There really is something for everyone here today. But don't go anywhere yet. Join the conversation on Twitter and make sure you check out the Capcom virtual booth on the E3 portal to watch all these videos again and more.
On the real,
I'm Rachel Querico, aka
as
Seltzer.
someone that's just a viewer watching,
part of the Capcom experience
this is a letdown. I see why they did it. I'm just not happy about it.
They just use E3 for marketing. Buy our games!
Yeah.
Buy our games!
Like if I was Capcom and like, I would do this too. I would show at least a game that we're working on and let people know about it, but like, like still make it E3, you know? Like, at least give us something. Give us some new game that we don't know about yet.
Now I'm over here all fucking freaked out, like, oh, Nintendo's gonna do some stupid shit too.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
Wow, Capcom. Wow.
Yeah, the Twitch chat is going nuts. Absolutely hate it today.
Oh my god.
If I'm wrong, everybody, but the
first use of Monsties, it seems like people weren't familiar with the term Monsties, and now we all are. So hashtag Monsties, get it out there right now.
I am all for that hashtag, yeah. But for me, when it comes to these narrative stories, the story has to be good, you know what I mean? And it's hard to tell with these game trailers sometimes. I'll be like, okay, this
that was depressing. I'm not gonna lie, that shit was depressing, man. Oh my god.
Yeah, I don't even care about like whatever the Razer keynote is anymore.
For me, what stood out was hearing, I think it was...
That shit was depressing. I'm over here at work, I'm like, oh, I'm gonna get the cool Capcom. Nah, man.
That
Oh.
lovely little lady came up on the screen, but I think it was like telling the protagonist something like, you know, this monster can sense fear, it can sense anxiety. And Monstie. I'm sorry, I apologize. I even just said the hashtag.
Why they didn't change the name to Monstie Hunter?
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, I mean, Monstie Hunter, I like that too. But anyway, yeah, like that resonated with me because I think that you know, we all have that challenge, right? We all deal with it.
Everything has been ass. Why? Square Enix doesn't let me install this stupid demo so you can play it.
No, I understand. And, like for me personally, again,
Capcom didn't show a damn thing.
Nope. Nope.
Yeah.
So seeing this trailer,
Damn.
like, oh man,
Damn.
more like an anime than those a monster.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Now we know how getting shouldered by Akira feels. Just I just fucking nothing, just shoulder, nothing but shoulder. Shit on yourself after getting hit by one of those.
I just think that sometimes you know, these trailers, they go so hard with being like, look at all the action, look at how cool this is, and like here's these awesome visuals, and I felt like they were like, no, like this has a lot of heart to it.
Yeah.
So I definitely.
There was very little gameplay in it at all, right?
Really,
when they finally got to a battle, I was like, oh,
It's crazy how they're like, oh, E3 is back, finally, we get to show games. I'm like, okay.
You know, we were talking a little bit about Monster Hunter Rise, and I mean,
where are they at though? I don't see a damn thing. That's the people I wanted to see.
Yeah.
The only thing that I actually got me hyped was that not the Capcom, fuck Capcom, holy shit. Square Enix's Pixel thing. Like the Pixel collection. That was like, oh, I'm gonna get that, cool. You know? And obviously Legend of Mana gets a given, I'm gonna get that anyway.
I mean, for you, like, Godfall was a new thing that you were aware of.
First, we've got some news from the folks
at
Razer.
I mean, not Godfall,
oh,
Babylon's
Babylon Fall, yeah. That was another one, yeah, that's right, because I've never seen it. I was like, oh, okay, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Welcome to the Razer keynote
But
at
man.
E3, the world's biggest video games convention. We have got an
Do you?
insane
Because I
show
don't
for
believe you.
everyone today. We've come a long way here together. For gamers, by gamers. And today we're one of the biggest gaming brands in the world. We span
I just got let
hundreds
down
of
by
millions of
Capcom,
gamers,
man.
From PC gaming, to console gaming, to mobile gaming. But what I'd like to talk a little bit about today, to kick things off, is PC gaming. Something near,
About to Hulk Hogan this shit right now.
Pretty much to talk
Don't
about
do that.
the decade
Oh, fuck
of the
you,
Razer
Capcom.
Blade. So in
About
2011,
the Hulk Hogan this
we
shirt.
launched the world's
It's
first
a nice one, too.
true gaming laptop. And
That
this
nice
caused
one,
quite a
too.
bit of controversy back then because gaming laptops were not gaming laptops in the true sense of the word. They were gaming luggables back in the day. Super thick, super heavy. And the Razer Blade was the first true gaming laptop in the sense it was super thin, super
That's a
light,
spider.
and super
Hello.
powerful.
Have
And
you
it
ever
ushered
met
in
the
a
Chancla?
new
Yes, we
generation
have.
of gaming
Motherfucker.
laptops.
And you're dead.
And
If
since
it did,
then,
you're about to get
over
real
the past
intimate with
10
it now.
years, the
Oh yeah,
entire
it's already dead.
moved to follow in the footsteps of the Razer Blade. In 2013, we
You are
launched
already
the
dead.
world's thinnest
We're just
gaming
looking for a
laptop.
napkin to clean.
2016, we
Yeah.
invented
So
the world's
remember how
Thunderbolt 3
on
external
day
GPU?
one
In
of E3,
2018, we
I had that
launched
Daddy
the
Long Legs that
small
was stuck in the window,
15-inch gaming laptop.
and Amber was telling me, "Oh, just ignore it. It's not going to bother you or anything."
Yeah.
Tell me how by the time day one was over and I turned to my right, tell me how there's 3 or 4 of those in the window now.
What the hell?
Yeah, they're gone now. They're finally gone now, I believe.
It's been called the
But like
very best gaming laptop
that
Oh, buddy, look at that guy over there. Look at him.
yeah, and then
The guy I was telling you about.
again.
And then, like, on top of that, the next day there was one in the room.
What's next?
And I'm just here thinking, I don't know how it got in here, but you're about to leave.
One of our fan base, for gamers, by gamers, we talk to the press, and one thing that we've heard consistently over the past couple of years.
I got up and I'm about to turn on my light, and then all my RGB is like shining and whatever. I'm like, that's a spider.
Well,
kill them with the RGB lighting. Smack it with this chancla. Have you ever met the chancla, bro? Here you go, boom.
Together with AMD, and we've put the very best designers and engineers together with the top AMD engineers.
So what is this about? Just like hardware?
I believe so.
The ultimate AMD gaming laptop. And with
like
that,
they don't show games at all or anything like
the legendary
yeah, we can turn it off. Like there's nothing for us here.
How do we do this? How did we make the ultimate?
I thought Capcom was gonna be
AMD
something for me,
gaming
but
laptop?
no, it was not a damn thing. Capcom in.
Nope.
Today.
Oh my god, that was depressing, dude. That's so depressing.
Of the Blade 14 that we created some 10 years ago, and many things have changed since then.
And I just
in terms of
installed
many of the gaming laptops out there.
Final Fantasy game.
No,
Nope. That's like my 8th time.
Yeah, I told you, like it's not working. It's not working yet.
I just wanted to try it to see what's up.
Don't get me wrong, they've got a great GPU in there, but
They're
they max
uninstalled
out at
again.
RTX 3060. In fact, in terms of total graphics power,
the
or
correct
GP,
way this time,
they max out at just 80 watts, and we feel it could go much higher.
Damn, man.
With, of course, the right materials and with,
sad
of
right
course,
now. It's like,
the
ugh.
right cooling thermal solutions. Now, as we talk about materials,
Over here
unfortunately,
this
most
damn
of them
event
still
all
use
day.
really
Oh,
non-premium builds. Now, one thing
Something
that we do
we didn't
at
know we
Razer that
wanted.
all of you are familiar with is that we look at doing really premium builds. We've got CNC'd, machined.
I'm over here like, oh, let me go watch the tournament. Then, oh, it's over.
Best possible, no flex kind of. Many of the ones out there don't have that.
People fighting Street Fighter for a bit. No, that's over
Stupid
too.
ads.
Still
Yeah.
Solutions that we pioneered some 10 years ago. At Razer, we've really pushed it ahead. We've
What a
had
letdown.
vapor chamber cooling for years now. We're in the
World of
next
Demons
generation
looked
of
good
that.
until
We've done that for laptops,
I saw it
we've
was a
done that
mobile
for
game for
phones,
Platinum.
over
Yeah,
and over.
yeah, they spoke about that
All this last gen tech.
last year or something like that. They've been working on that game for a while.
They've got only a couple of Type A ports, a couple of Type C ports, so on and so forth, and they've got.
And it all depends really on how they do their monetization. Because mobile games as
why? Because they don't have space, or they
as a platform by default is not a bad idea. It's just the way it's utilized these days is what gives it such a bad rep. Because I remember playing a bunch of like paid mobile games back on my old phones, and they were really fun.
We want it to be ultra responsive, and of course, ultra immersive. That's a lot of ultras to make the ultimate AMD gaming laptop. But let's talk about how ultra powerful the new Razer Blade 14 is. Now, together with AMD and Razer, we have designed and engineered in a single line the world's most powerful 14-inch gaming laptop. This is not any normal gaming laptop that we're talking about. We're talking about the world's most powerful 14-inch gaming laptop. And to this end, we wanted to pick one of the most powerful CPUs on the planet today, and we've picked the AMD Ryzen 5900 HX. This is truly an incredible CPU. We are talking about a HX class, an extreme class AMD processor, and it's an unlocked processor. Unlike many of the other laptops out there using the HS class processors, we are using a HX class unlocked processor. A Zen 3 mobile processor.
So, where do we go from here?
Level.
Man, you know where I'm going. I'm supposed to be doing what I'm supposed to be doing when I got home. Take a shower.
Alright, man. I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, dude. Man, that was trash.
And Joining me here
Let's
today.
take a shower. I'm like, I'm gonna watch Capcom. Nah, next time I'm gonna fucking take that shower. But
AMD gaming laptop.
Yes, it's a laptop. I get it. It's a really, really powerful Razer laptop. I get
man,
what you
I
guys
already
do.
closed that shit out. I already closed that shit out. I ain't watching that.
Alright. Thank you, Lizard8 and Warm Water from YouTube for following earlier. Thank you, Slinky Jim, for being here along with us and sharing in our disappointment. I wish I saw that tweet and like information earlier about Capcom. I don't know if I'm coming back on later. And if so, it all depends on if I can get people, because people want to see either Virtua Fighter or Guilty Gear today, so that's what's good to be happening, likely. Because, I did beat the story to PSO Genesis so far. It's short. And it's really to get your foot out the door. Unless you guys want to see me grind so that I can do that stupid event, I'm probably going to hold off on that game until I can actually get a group. So that's where that game is going for now. And also, like, I have another friend that is having issues with the game, so I'll probably have to fix that with him first. Outside of that, if you don't see me today, you'll definitely see me tomorrow for Nintendo.
All of us at AMD, congratulations to Min and the entire Razer team.
I mean, Nintendo has the Direct plus the Treehouse. So, I expect there to be something going on. Because they're not going to show the Treehouse for games that they already have.
That was Jason of AMD talking about our partnership.
You say that, but
the CPU, of course, what we've
Bandai Namco is after Nintendo.
Yeah.
The equation. What's on the
I want to see more of that Scarlet Nexus game.
We picked one of the most powerful
that's
CPUs.
alright to me.
And we've also picked
I'm still gonna buy it. I'm still gonna buy it to try it out.
GPUs. And we're talking, of course, about the Nvidia
Eureka Games. I assume it's Eureka. I assume it's Eureka Games is also after that. Then GameSpot is doing something. Then some sort of award show and Steam Next Fest. I think I'm going to check out after maybe Eureka. I don't think I'm going to do the Steam Next Fest. Alright people, take care, be safe as always, have fun with your games. I'm out, I'll see you guys either later or next time.
As a 14-inch form factor. Now, of course, we start with the RTX